Oh, chats. Oh, chats. How has your Tuesday been? I ain't done shit today. I ain't done shit today.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
I'm a vampire in Seattle? Damn, I wish I lived in Seattle, dude. I wish. YouTube bug? What do you mean YouTube bug?
Skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul. Seal your doom tonight.
Parents' wedding anniversary, we're going out for dinner. Have fun! Have a good time. A spider tried to kill me today. Did you deserve it? Okay, y'all are just letting it all out, aren't you? Just letting every little bit out. Well, it better not end up on my fucking chin. That's a nice boat. That is a nice boat. Anyway, how are you doing, chance? Oh my god. Who wants a high? Well, y'all let out your... Well, I'm just gonna go with sexual frustrations. Killed Scorpion in my shower today. Not today, Scorpion. Huh. 200 people have this problem, but I can't watch a single video on the platform. Is it because... I think you said this yesterday. Is it because you keep getting the pop-up for, like, the age verification thing? Is that what it is? Well, look at you. What? Project Unknown, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Bucky, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Holy shit, dude. All right, are we good? Has everybody expended all of the redeems? Are we satisfied? It's just all unavailable? Like, are you getting the pop-up where it's like, this is unavailable in your country? Or is it something else? Is it the one that's like unavailable in your country? Or is it just like broken video player? That's so weird. And if it's intentional by YouTube, they can suck a whole fucking egg through a fucking garden hose. I'm doing a heckin' sick. My throat dangler is swollen, dead. Rip. Your uvula? Is that what you're thinking of? I can't use content unavailable as content is unavailable. It's everything? What? That's fucking stupid. Holy shit. All right, chat, we need to talk about something. I don't typically look at the viewer count of the VODs, but just before stream, I decided I was going to go, like, of course, like put on the new thumbnail from yesterday and stuff. And I actually looked at the view numbers. I looked at the view numbers for the VODs. Hi, Sin, welcome in. There are over 1,000 of you. I see you chuckle fucks out there. There's like consistently like 1,000 to sometimes over 2,000 of y'all watching the VODs. I see you chuckle fucks out there. Listen, I can understand if the time is inopportune, especially for those of you who were back from when we streamed late into the night, or at least late into the US night, which I do miss. I do miss that a lot. I moved from being my mid-30s to my late 30s. You'll be remembered, Fake. You will be remembered. I'm sorry you're wasting away. I'll be at your funeral shortly. A duck watches Baron? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Just a duck comes in from the side of the screen. Ooh. Wait, they're real? Yes, people do in fact get older. Your parents are probably older than that. It's midnight here. That's totally understandable. I was gonna say, but when I first started, like the first like 5,000 or 6,000 like followers that we had were basically accumulated during like US late night. And then since then we have so many more Europeans. And I noticed if we stream later, if we stream past like my usual like 5 p.m. cutoff, 5 p.m. Central cutoff. We get a lot of the old people coming back, and y'all come in. It's like, we haven't seen you in so long. I haven't seen you in a while. It's like, I miss you guys. No, come back to me. Come back to me. The ebb and flow of time crudely marches on. I don't even know about crudely. I think it's the only thing that actually continues to roll smoothly. From Austria? Damn, Melissa, I didn't know you were from Austria. And does things actually... I did not just discover that. I fucking knew that, Sunstar. I knew that shit. That's not new. USA Niders is the comeback ordained standing there menacingly. He's Dutch, just squared up in the corner. Okay. I don't know. What do you mean I don't know? I've changed my schedule the last 2 years. Not because I want to, Sunstar, but because of necessity.
What you fear?
If I could stream, especially this game. Also, hi, Androx. Thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit. Unholy 13. Listen, it's fine. Why is that emote called die? What do you mean she hates us? No, it's because of the living conditions I have. Listen, I wanted to keep playing Vampire the Masquerade last night so much. I actually did. And I went and did something that doesn't progress any of the story. Don't worry. Don't think of it that way. And I will show you. I will show you when we get back on. And it's fine. It's fine. Absolutely despise us for worms? What do you mean? Do you want to be called worms? Is that what you want? What is it you want from me, Jarathi? What is it? Yeah. Not the JoJo. Yes. Grims, we already knew you're a worm. I've played games with you, mister. I know you're a worm. Do you remember the smash trap between you and Boosh? Y'all were just making a meat grinder. A number 2 with a Dr. Pepper and a large fry? No, Woozer. Absolutely not. I will step on you, but it's not going to be in the fun, cutesy way. It's going to be a little more like a curb stomp. Yep. Might as well be fam. Squish you though. You asked? That's fair. And you remember what I said about calling me mommy, Woozer? Do you know the rule? What's the rule on calling me mommy? I'll give you a hint. Get to it, Chucklefuck. My last dab Thermageddon just arrived. What? Oh, the hot sauce. Got you. Boots with the tread? Oh my God. Offer chocolate first? No. You are legally obligated to get something off of throne. Wait. I just got an ad from the Game Awards for Frontiers of Pandora, that Avatar game. Did anybody ever play that game? Did anybody ever play Frontiers of Pandora? You must give her all of the Mother's Day gifts you missed? Correct. Every single Mother's Day gift. You gotta do what you gotta do. Game Awards, they sometimes advertise like some of the stuff that's gonna be coming out around the time that the Game Awards are. Apparently that Avatar game is getting a DLC. But even then, I don't think it makes... I forgot that game even came out, dude. That game came out to like all the Ubisoft fanfare that they could muster, and then it was just gone. Who's lying in the title? Seemingly every single vampire in Seattle. I don't trust a single one of them. I still like Tully and Safia, but I don't trust them. Ryong we don't talk to nearly enough to figure out what she's like. Is already not the best? Of course, it's an Avatar game. Hi, Zed. How are you doing? I ain't got that much cash. Listen, one Mother's Day gift is enough. Them's the rules. Them's the rules. But chat, do we really want to talk about the news? Do we really want to talk about the government shutdown? Do we want to talk about how food stamps is almost certainly not going to be reinstated because the government doesn't give a shit about its people and is more in it for the cruelty to reduce the population because they're heinous fucking monsters? Okay, good. Just had to make sure. Just had to make sure. Hi, Cyber. How are you doing? No, perfect. All right, moving on. Anyway, guys, welcome to the charity stream. All proceeds that y'all would like to donate, I highly recommend putting them towards Tiltify. If you donate something to Ko-fi the next week, at least through Halloween, I am just going to put it into the Tiltify. My ass just woke up. Well, what about the rest of you? What about the rest of you? Got Marin on for the road trip. Will tune in as I can. Hell yeah, Beef. Enjoy the road trip. There's somewhere. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right. I gotta do. What the heck? Oh, okay. I'm eating pasta? What kind of pasta? I sneezed and bit my tongue. Are you okay? Are you falling apart, Phaedric? That's why you don't stick your tongue out when you're doing a bodily function. Don't you know? Hold on a second. Okay, I need to do those. Instead of sit-ups, though, we're going to do leg raises. Because I like them more than sit-ups, and sit-ups are stupid. Tortellini? What kind of tortellini? Cheese? Squash? This is important. This is very important. Information, please and thank you. Give me a second. All right. Oh, I should do this the other direction. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Okie dokie. You're the one suggesting sit-ups? True, it's in there because it's basic, but there are way better core workouts. Honestly, if I ever got a kettlebell, I could probably do kettle rotations. And it would be a little bit better. Hold on a second. Marin's a basic at workouts. Heard it here first. What? Oh, no, I put basic workouts in there because those are the ones that like most people would know off the top of their heads. But you can recommend others if you have like other ideas for workouts. The thing is, though, is doing basic body workouts, especially for people that like Russian twist, anything that has the country in front of it, followed by an exercise. Yeah, Russian twist. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Russian twist. Sit up but sideways. Yeah, kind of. Good morning, the same workout that hurt my back. Listen, at least it's not the Bulgarian split squat. At least it's not the Bulgarian split squat. Only Satan himself would invent such a workout. It's fine, though. It's fine. Okay. I can't even split, never mind Bulgarianling. Next workout, Monty Python's Ministry of Silly Walks. That's not a workout. That's just how you tear tendons and just eradicate your knee joints. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, right. I forgot. Amazon is laying off 30,000 corporate positions. That's not going to look good on the monthly labor report, is it? According to their reasoning, it's because of their pandemic overhiring. Apparently, for the last, 3 years, I guess, they have been completely overstaffed. So they are dumping 30,000 jobs. And there's no other reason. Absolutely no reason. It totally has nothing to do with also the fact that they are not going to get any of the SNAP money that people previously used at things like Whole Foods that Amazon owns. How's that greatest economy ever? Yeah, it's looking pretty great, isn't it? All right, guys. Also, there was something I saw this morning. Apparently, Fox News hosts are praising, weirdly enough, extremely weird, the fact that Hamburger Helper is flying off the shelves in American grocery stores. And I want to know, how many of y'all remember 2008 in America, what it meant when Hamburger Helper was not available at the grocery store? There's two words. There's two words that you can, what we call Hamburger Helper, when they start running out of it on shelves. One pound, one pan, one tasty meal. It does not help, though, that ground beef is now $9 a pound. No, that is recession indicator. Although you are actually pretty close, fake nudes. Honestly, kind of nailing it almost. Massive calves and quads. Hell yeah, dude. Hamburger Helper, is he an associate of the Hamburglar? No. For the European folks here who don't know what Hamburger Helper is, it's basically a box of noodles and powdered food flavoring, usually with cheese stuff and everything in it. You brown a thing of ground beef, like a pound of ground beef. You cook the noodles, and then you throw all that stuff together in a single pan, and then you eat it. It's very much a basic baby, often cheap meal. Except beef's no longer cheap. Because fuck us, I guess. Yes. Beef, super cheap beef stroganoff is pretty much a good way to put it. Especially if you want to think of it in terms of texture. Hamburger Helper, we make your $13 meal that stretches out for 3 days into a single shittier meal that lasts 2 days. Yeah. Beef stroganoff? Shut up, Jackie. Hi, D-Stone. Just hunt rabbits and get your fats from veggies that are high in fats. You'll lose weight. Yes, like avocados and nuts and stuff. There's healthier fats to eat. Animal fats aren't that bad for you either. It just depends on the excess that you have. Having mostly red meats like pork to get your fats is not a good idea. You want kind of leaner meats? Consume olive oil? Yes, olive oil is a very good, healthy source of the fats that your body wants. I'm in the middle of a once-in-a-lifetime economic crisis. It's 2008. I'm in the middle of a once-in-a-lifetime economic crisis. It's 2020. I'm in the middle of a once-in-a-lifetime economic and health crisis. It's 2025. Yep. Yep. Listen, it is a funny bit. The stroke 'em off is funny. Yesterday, and I can't help but not be surprised at how most trans fats comes from margarine and lard. Yep. That was, do y'all not know the marketing of butter products and stuff? Of like margarine, lard and stuff back in the 50s? That was essentially the early like indicator of the obesity crisis that we have today. They had to fucking backpedal at one point and they're like, okay, this one has less trans fats, so like y'all buy it again, right? Right, please? Please buy our product. Margarine was healthier? That is not true. That is not even close to true. Health Secretary Brainworm says to eat more saturated fats. Fuck off. 28-year-old Gen Z who's lived through a recession, sharp inflation, unaffordable housing, and 3 once-in-a-lifetime pandemics. Not even pandemics. It's 1 pandemic and 4 economic crises. Capitalism working as intended, bud. Capitalism working as intended. Constant boom and bust cycles. The only difference is late stage is that they start happening more frequently. Extremely frequently. Yes, that is pretty much how the United States decided to fucking handle the pandemic. We basically, like, when I was in Texas at the time. I was in college specifically. My town shut down. My workplace decided that they were doing the corporate thing and closed for a long time. And they fired us so that we could get unemployment benefits, which was great. Fantastic. And then it lasted like 3 days. And then I immediately remember seeing people fucking protesting and like being outside places like Walmart's and like the local grocery stores, demanding to be let in because they couldn't fathom being in their house for more than 3 days at a time. Jesus fucking Christ, what have we become? I couldn't stand it. I was so pissed off. 3 days was the maximum that Texas could take of being like, all right, guys, there's a massive health scare that's killing people. We really want to make it as little as possible. So if you can stay home for a little while, we'll give you a bit of money to help. And everybody was just like basically threw the toddler fit and just was kicking and screaming on the ground. No, you can't make me. No, I need to go to HEB and go to the bar. It was fucking pathetic. And yet people are complaining about how no one gets out anymore. Don Gone no surrender to ding dang coronavirus. Hey, wait a second. Is that motherfucking Boomhauer? And go to the bankery? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like I enjoyed it. And we want our haircuts. I need my weekly haircut or it gets unruly. Well, have you considered getting anything besides a bob, Karen? Good grief, why is she naked? What? That is not TOS. There's no way she's got to use that on Twitch. What? Her boob is out. Hi, Fairbanks. Karen, hi, DJ. How are you doing? Nope, it is in fact a VTuber. It is in fact a VTuber. It is a VTuber's Halloween costume. Fan friggin' tastic. Ooh, do share, do share. I don't want to say. Let's just say it's a big horror streamer. It is a big horror streamer. After a 60-hour work... Ooh. Hell yeah, what are you doing today? What trouble are you getting into? What shenanigans are you up to? What are you burning down? Trimming nails outside, but on the walkway you could see the nail trimmings? Ugh. No, I said horror. Horror streamer. Scary streamer. Kingdom Come, Deliverance 2? Hell yeah. Are you ordering any delicious food? Is it going to be a pizza day? Is it going to be a pizza day for you? It's important. It's important. I'm smooch. No, you'll never catch me alive, Fairbanks. You'll never catch me alive. Yeah. It was pizza yesterday? Okay, gotcha. Oh, good Lord. I did not realize Makari got the giant life-size Gardevoir stuffed animal. I'm gonna get you. Ah! Listen, it's fine. It's fine. During the Pando, I worked at a craft store who got to stay open. I was an essential employee because I sold glitter. I was going to say, the number of businesses that cheated what's the word? The essential worker was fucking insane. Like, bars were open as essential, which is so fucking stupid, dude.
Well,
So fucking stupid. Fatima, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Weren't you here yesterday? You didn't follow yesterday? Well, I'm glad you found your way back. Hell yeah. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I think I'm gonna stop following the people I know that all they do is post fucking engagement bait every day. You know what? I'm just gonna mute him. I'm just gonna mute him. If I keep having to see shit that is basically just say hi to me, say hi to me. You're not gonna scroll without saying hi to me, right? Shut the fuck up. You going to mute who guys? I'm not muting you, Akami. You don't post engagement bait. Daily. You don't post engagement bait daily. Hi, Buckshot. I remember when curfew was started, people who worked at refineries had to have permission slips. Yes. Yes, I do remember that. Some, like, I think it was after 9? I think that's what it was. I'm not 100% sure on that. What the hell? Huh. Going to mute 90% of the platform? That is not 90% of the people I follow. I promise you. I'm talking about the ones that I see a post from every single day. That's just some obnoxious nothing post. That's just basically say hi or do you like boobs? And it's just, ugh. No. You know what? No, I don't. I don't like boobs. It's your fault. My last engagement post and reposted because it was funny. If there was a recent one, I don't think I've seen it, but I do remember some of your older ones when you had the 3D model. When it was the butt posting. Oh yeah, every De Beers ad ever. Do we want to talk about the De Beers Diamond Mafia? Oh my goodness, you brought up De Beers? Do I get to talk about De Beers and why they're a heinous company and why diamonds are a fucking scam? Wait. Okay. Trying to get away from vent posting. I don't think it really helps me. And it doesn't, listen, vent posting is bad. It is like, nobody's going to come see your stuff or leave a follow if you vent post. That is just one of those things. So no diamonds from Aaron. I could give less of a shit about diamonds. I would be A-okay with wooden jewelry my entire life. I like wood. Wooden jewelry is very pretty. I don't need people seeing that stuff. Yeah, vent posting is a bad idea, especially if you actually want people to engage with your stuff, because it's more of a turn off than it is for somebody to come in and actually try and talk to you about whatever you're venting about. Oh, let me see. Amazing. Amazing. That's actually a good one. I like that. Listen, that's an engagement bait meme. That's just memeing on engagement bait. That's good shit. That's not engagement bait. That's a fucking meme. That's a shit post. That's why you alt accounts. Yeah, if you want to vent, sure. But again, venting your emotions into social media is not a good idea, because it's more like yelling into the void than it is anything else. You're not going to really get anything out of it, if you catch my drift. More often than not, you're just going to get like nothing. And if you're vent posting almost every single day, if you're vent posting essentially every single day, then that's all you are. You're just a sad person on the internet. You don't have anything else. If you're not posting like a bunch of content or a bunch of other stuff or what you're doing or places for them to go see that isn't vent posting, then you're just a sad person on the internet. That's all you are. And if you are a vent poster and this is something that you're just hearing for the first time, that it's a bad idea to do that, I recommend going and deleting every single vent post. Every single one of them. I like wood phrasing. I'm not doing phrasing here. I said wood jewelry. Wood jewelry. Was in the shop for a couple of weeks. Listen, was that when you were in the US? Interesting. Marin would her jewelry? What? No. I think. I don't understand what you're getting at. I don't understand what you're getting at. What? Y'all don't like wood arts and crafts? Y'all don't think it's really cool? What if it's like redwood or something like a little rare? Wood band is a funny way of saying. Yeah. I would have thrown a brick. You would have gotten a brick straight to the dome. Also, chat, I just remembered something. I don't think I ever told you yesterday that we have new merch. Yeah, over at Fourth Wall. We have a new Fourth Wall link. We have desk mats now. Here, oh shit. Okay, that is not going to work in the OBS. So let me go ahead and pull it up so I can show you. Let me do this. And then I need screen time. Hi, chat. Do you want a desk mat? Do you like desk mats? Do you like your ringleader? We've got 3 desk mats for you. I think there's some of y'all that bought multiple desk mats. Did some of y'all buy multiple desk mats? Also, just in case, if you see these promo available in the top corner, if I remember correctly, I think it's a 15% discount if you are sub to the channel. Also, if you want to give away, there is a giveaway function for this, where you can actually buy a desk mat to give away on stream. Do I have the fourth wall alerts? That just crossed my mind. Uh-oh. I don't think I have the fourth wall source. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna go fix that. That's fine. That's fine. All right. I need to measure out the dimensions of my desk so I can get the right size. Yeah, I made two sizes. We have the 12 by 18 and the 15 by 31. It just entirely depends on how much coverage you want for your desk mat. Like, I think the one that I have is a 15 by 31. It's not my own, it's just my old desk mat, but I am going to be getting the 15 by 31 after the move, because this one was like a $10 one that I got off Amazon. Speak of the devil, Axios just started a giveaway. Chat, if you want to win a desk mat, all you have to do is put !enter. You have 2 minutes to try and win a desk mat. Don't worry about shipping, because Fourth Wall ships all over the world, and the shipping will be covered for the giveaways. Don't you worry about it. I remember specifically setting it up so that y'all do not have to pay anything if you win the giveaway. I feel healed. I had an egg with some potato wedges and Hawaiian rolls. Ooh. Wait, what kind of egg? Fried egg, boiled egg. Also, hold on. You just reminded me of a goofy as shit TikTok page I found recently of a guy who I can only describe as the ultimate form of gluttony. Okay. And I need to show you him because it is, for some reason, it is so fucking funny to me. A cup of beef and veg orzo soup with a fruit cup? Ooh. Separate or sando? Good question. What are your thoughts about Hawaiian pizza? I don't much care for ham on pizza, but I do like pineapple on pizza. Okay. Anybody else want to enter the giveaway for the pad? Anyone? !enter. I also don't know if it needs to be capitalized. I think it's good. It's probably good. Yes, Pad Vapor. We're doing a giveaway. There's a fourth wall giveaway going on right now. There's probably like less than a minute now. No one wants free stuff. I mean, there's still 4 people that enter. Sometimes there's people that's just like, I don't have a use for it. It's fine. Everything happens like that. But Axie was always extremely generous when it comes to merch giveaways. He's the reason a lot of people have mugs. Oh, Impy one. All right, Impy, you just got to go to that link and they'll be able to get you the stuff. You'll probably just have to put in like your address, maybe sign into your Twitch account. All right, chat, hold on. We're going to screen time because I need to show you this goofy as hell. Look at this shit. Okay, let me make sure I turn it up. It's not game audio, so it should be fine.
My belly is rumbling. I was feeling a bit peckish. So you know I had to make some combinations of foods to satisfy my stomach.
His entire gimmick is he just makes ridiculous amounts of food.
With fried rice, with chicken wings, with an egg on the top. We also have some toast with some butter spread.
Butter spread.
Some milk. And for dessert, you know we had to get some
custard donuts. He eats this. He eats the food. He doesn't show it, but he claims that he eats all of it.
My belly is rumbling.
And the thing is, here, like you can see like this picture on the right, the first comment gets thrown in there. The greed they talk about in the Bible. An egg on top. But here, let me see. I just saved one of these so that I could come back to it. But let me see. Let's do this.
Today we are focusing on our protein. I was feeling a bit peckish. So as you can see, I have combined a luxury meal for me to eat today. As you can see, we have 12 wings, 5 eggs with some oats. This will fill my stomach to the brink. We will be drinking
No liquids.
We will digest our food with sheer
Willpower. I'm sorry. I just love these. Oh, here's
What
one.
should I do, my friends? What should I do? I have no food today, and I need to eat. I need to bulk. Oh, I have no food.
Lied.
I was feeling a bit. So as you can see, I decided to decorate my meal today. As you can see, we have 6 slices of buttered bread. We also have not 1, not 2, not 3,
But 4.
On top of the 4 glizzies, we have 4 eggs. And on top of the 4 eggs, we have 4 cheese. And in the middle, we have some white rice with some pepper on the top. And to wash it all down, I lied again. We will not be drinking any liquid. Quick one here.
I'm sorry. Okay, I like this. The thing is, he only recently started doing this too. So like all of his other stuff is just like him talking and everything. And then he gets millions of views on these other things. Let me see. There's one more. No, that's not it. We'll do this one.
Shrimp is looking nice. But my mom told me that there's no more food to make videos. What should I do, guys? There's no food. What should I do? What should I do? You have been misled.
You have been misled.
I was feeling a bit. So for today's delicacies, I've decided to give myself 9 ribs, 4 chicken wings, 4 eggs.
Is he trying to summon an inch or something? No, he is the inch.
Just to spicing up all my food.
My favorite bit in this whole thing is sometimes it comes in the comments.
Oh my god! And for dessert, I decided to make myself a glizzy cereal. Oh my lord! And to wash it all down, there is no liquid. Oh my god! We will be drinking 0 liquid.
No liquids. Sorry, this is my current favorite bit on TikTok, and I've seen people try to copy it, but nobody has done it as good as this guy. This guy's the OG. I think there's more. Just let me just double check, but is this the one?
Father Almighty. Father Almighty. We shall eat today. I was feeling a bit peckish. As you can see, I decided to gather myself a collection of delicacies. As you can see here, we have 4 pieces of buttered toast. We also have 6 glizzies with some hot Cheetos in the middle. Oh my god.
God, I couldn't tell you the last time I saw spiral Cheetos.
And in the middle here, we have a kebab with some vegetables and an egg just to add on the top. And for my dessert, I decided to make myself one long glizzy with some cheese. Oh! And we will be drinking no liquids. You have been deceived. We'll
Oh,
be
yeah, it's the
washing down
accents.
all this food with my pineapple picker.
I love this gimmick. This is my gimmick of the week, chat. Don't you fucking forget it, okay? Do we understand? Has the bit been understood? In case you ever hear me say you have been deceived. Or peckish. Anyway. You have been misled. Hi, Mercego. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Me with the government. You have been misled. It's fine. Oh God, wait, what is this? Sorry, I was also scrolling Twitter to look at things, see what was going on. Oh, okay, it's a new Rift Runner set. Weirdly enough, I recognize a lot of people in here. Holy shit. Sick. Interesting. UX for me. With cheese. Listen, it's a good gimmick. It's funny. But my favorite bit is whenever I see in the comments when somebody's like, this is what the greed in the Bible was talking about. This is the kind of greed that was spoken about in the Bible. Hi, Voidhead. How are you doing? It's a good gimmick, okay, chat? I can't do it properly, but it is so goddamn funny. Did you know I'm drinking water right now? Well, I'm proud of you, Grins. At least you're not drinking soda. Speaking of which, how many of you chucklefucks right now are on your second or more soda? Be honest. Be honest. How many of you are in your second or further soda? You have been misled. God damn it, Grins. God damn it. Same soda from yesterday. Proud of you, Vapor. Proud of you. I'm actually fine with flat sodas. I kind of do like flat sodas. Step inside. Step inside. Okay. Floth, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? I have soda in the fridge, but I haven't had any. It's just been sitting there. Good. I'm even more proud of you, Sunstar. If you have had 0 sodas today, you're doing fantastic. You should limit yourself if you drink sodas, because I know there's some people that drink multiple sodas a day, or even like 2 liters or some shit. You need to limit it to 1 can of soda a day at most. Grins. I'm doing good, Fluff. I'm doing pretty good. We're getting close to being able to jump over to Bloodlines 2, which I am very excited for. But some I am more proud of? Correct. I'm proud of every single one of you, but some please me more than the others. I'm a soda junkie. Listen, just say you're addicted to sugar, champ. It's fine. Just say you're addicted to sugar. Most of the global population is. My tummy hurts, so I'm taking things slow. Good, go drink water. Go drink water. Sugar. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. Wait. Oh, okay. On my second can for today because the last one. Pray. Go pour it out. Go pour it out right now, Pray. Right now, mister. Too much soda? Keep going, keep drinking. Goku broke past his limits and you shall too. Grins? No. Is Grins the devil to my angel at this point? You have been misled. Who doesn't drink soda regularly? I don't drink soda, like, hardly at all. The only times I really drink soda is either at, like, really big, infrequent social gatherings or when I go to the movie theater. And I only go to the movie theater, like, maybe once every 3 months. Maybe. That's so, oh, what was it? I don't know if I don't always get soda either when I go to the movie theater. Sometimes I just get fruit punch. Sometimes I get fruit punch. Drink some Carnival Candy Gamer Subs. Damn, I wish we had a flavor. Until the doctor said that people need water. Of course people need water. It's life and death. What's your favorite dinosaur? Plesiosaurus. Actually, I lied. Mosasaur. Mosasaur is my favorite. Mosasaur is the best dinosaur, and the rest of them can suck eggs. Followed by the plesiosaur. And then the Sarcosuchus. You were misled. Plesiosaur is good too? Yes. Excellent. Excellent. The most polite. Oh, please. Plesiosaurus. Yes, they are. Not the Leopardon? No. The Mosasaur. In America, to drink soda regularly? Yes. Yes, it is. I've gone out to dinner multiple days in a row with my grandmother, and every time that we go out, she will get a Coke. Utah Raptors? That's a good choice. That's a good choice. Has an ass taste, but people drink it anyway. We talked about this the other day. Does anybody remember New Coke or Coke 2? Anybody remember those? Step inside, step inside. Uphill Moon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Someone say soda? No soda. Drunk Diet Coca-Cola every day? Huh. My glucose increased just from hearing this? Yeah. Hi, Crazy Bald Man. Welcome in. But yeah, the when it comes to like New Coke, when that was a thing, or I think it was the 70s. I can't remember the decade now. 70s or the 80s. Coca-Cola was losing to Pepsi. Even their own in-house tasters had a preference for Pepsi over Coke. They said it tasted better. So Coke decided that they were going to remake their recipe. They remade the recipe, they reran their test, and Coke came out on top with this new recipe. And they re-released it as New Coke. That is one of the worst, shortest marketing campaigns of all time. It lasted 72 days. New Coke lasted 72 days because, not because it was worst, but because that Coca-Cola fans are the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. They wouldn't try it. They wouldn't eat it, and then basically harassed HQ until they gave up on it. It did come back a little bit in like 2002 as Coke 2. So if you remember a Coke 2 can, it's that. That was the new recipe Coke. That is supposed to be better than Pepsi. Just like in RoboCop 2, OCP really cares their next cyborg cop project, RoboCop 2. Coke is the best in my opinion. I just hate Diet Coke and Coke Zero. They can't all be Domino's. Talk about dirty wash rags to riches comeback. That's because Pepsi is intrinsically better. It's annoyingly in almost every competition where someone has been like, here's a blind test, drink these two, which one's better? Pepsi wins. Pepsi wins almost without margin of error. Pepsi man? Is that what you're talking about, Fatima? When they do people liking Coke all over again? It was mainly their Christmas campaign that really kind of enshrined Coke as like a holiday beverage, or like the core of the American holiday season. Oh my. Root beer truthers rise up. Root beer tastes like ass. I've tried so many different kinds of root beer, and it always tastes different the second sip. Why? Why does root beer taste fine in the first one and then taste like a completely different beverage afterwards? Root beer. Hey, root beer. Hey, yo, where the root beer at? Has the highest caffeine content. I don't have a preference. I like Mr. Pibb. Pibb Extra. Hamburgers and root beer. Hamburgers and root beer. Polar bears should never give these to their babies. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Wow, people are really going gung-ho with this shoe stuck on tights picture for some reason. Strange. I didn't pick up on it. I found out what root beer tastes like toothpaste to some people because the sassafras plant used in root beer is also used in some toothpaste. Oh. Huh. A perching bear's position. Hey, listen. I grew up outside the town where the Dr. Pepper Museum is. I've been in the Dr. Pepper Museum. I know about the origin of Dr. Pepper. It's fine. It's a fine soda. It's not that bad. It's pretty good. I think the only thing that drives me up the wall when it comes to Dr. Pepper is, in fact, not about Dr. Pepper. It is about the motherfuckers who still think that Dr. Pepper is similar to Pepsi and Coke. You have got to be insane. Dr. Pepper Museum? Yes, the Dr. Pepper Museum is the original Dr. Pepper factory, where it was bottled, where it was produced and bottled originally. Welcome to Waco, Texas, the original place for Dr. Pepper. Yes, Waco, Texas, the place where the Branch Davidians shit happens, and where basically everybody is like, why would I go to Waco? Dr. Pepper's the reason. There's also, I wish I was joking, there's a Whataburger. It's basically down the road from the place. And I know I've been there because I stopped there on a school trip once. And inside that Whataburger is tons of display cases of every single bottle, can, and packaged product that Dr. Pepper has ever sold. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Not me looking at my Dr. Pepper. I was drinking with the Dr. Pepper talk. Listen, it's fine. Also, I need to get the ad game for y'all. We'll do string pairs. Okay, let me get this. Let me get that. And then I need to add the link. And then we'll get the screen down here. Screen time. All right, kids. It's matching cards time. Was in Waco, was the Urban Rescue Ranch with Uncle Ben? Yeah. I know the one you're talking about. With the Mario soda cans? Ooh. I don't remember. I mean, I know there's been a lot of sodas over the years that have done like, I was gonna say game crossovers, but crossovers isn't the word. Branding? We'll go with branding. That put the Master Chief on the shoulder before anybody says it. I'm trying to give up sugary drinks, but the homicidal urges started to rise. Listen, if you're doing it cold turkey, then just ride the violent waves. It's fine. You'll live. It'll be okay. It's gonna suck for a little bit. But once it's over, you'll be fine. It'll be a-okay. Ooh. Wow. Even when you get Christian nationalists in control of a country, Christians still ends up being just a bunch of fucking pansies pearl clutchers. What the fuck, dude? Okay, that's another thing I want to talk about. How many of y'all have seen the shit involving the Hatch alarm clocks? Who knows what a Hatch alarm clock is? For anybody that's still listening that has an ad blocker or anything of the sort. It's Halloween. That means we get the plural clutchers that yet again think Halloween is about Satan and demons. The what? Okay, so a Hatch alarm clock is basically a alarm clock / like noise machine. I'll give you one more round. It's basically a like noise machine. And there are apparently Christians recently that have been calling the Hatch alarm clock demonic and throwing it away. This is a $200 alarm clock, mind you. $200. Okay. Welcome back from the ad break, y'all. I was asking chat if you were stuck in the commercial break. Have y'all heard of the Hatch alarm clock? Does anybody know what a hatch alarm clock is? Has nothing to do with demons or the devil? Correct. But Christians apparently don't know that or refuse not to acknowledge it. So like I mentioned before, it's literally just a alarm clock that's also a noise machine. You can have make white noises, wave noise, whatever you want that helps like people fall asleep. And apparently recently, a bunch of Christians have decided that it is demonic because they're started making weird noises for some reason. And have started throwing them away because apparently religious psychosis is the norm now after having 2 failed raptures. Yes, I'm saying failed raptures. In the past, 2 months? And then having this weird hysteria with demons, devils, and an alarm clock that you've had for a long time, now thinking it's demonic for some reason. And now the fucking, pearl clutching pansies that think Halloween is demonic.
Step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Yeah, Stevie, I know.
Please
I know.
enjoy the show.
Hectic, you were playing Bloodlines too. Did you have a good time? Did you have a good time? Did you have fun? We're actually about to swap over to Bloodlines. I'm going to go ahead and change the category. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. Did you have a good stream? Did you have a good time? The rapture already happened? You were left behind with the rest of us? That's my favorite bit too. That's my favorite bit. Oh no, the rapture did happen. You just got left. Eat shit, dude. That's what I wanted. Vampire immerses him with good writing. Hell yeah. The thing is, I woke up this morning. I swear to God, dude, I need to stop like opening Reddit after I wake up as like something fun to go read. Because I usually like to see stuff that people are talking about, if there's any new interesting games coming out. But the first thing that always pops up when I open Reddit is r/VTMB, usually a post from there, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. And this morning, there was at least 3 fucking posts of people hating on the game for the dumbest reasons. I found somebody in there hating on Tully because they were like, he's not well written. He's like really annoying and I hate him. I don't know why he's in this game. And he has no background. I'm like, did you even talk to him? The person claimed they finished the game. Choosing violence? I tend to do that. I tend to do that. That is sometimes the case. On occasion. Yeah, and like people were like, he's a campy gay dude who's like kind of part of the court. And like if you talk to him, he kind of tells you a little bit of his background. Waking from a nap before work. How's Mowen? I'm doing good, Jay. How are you doing? Did you enjoy your nap? Or is this one of those naps where you wake up and like everything's crusty? Is everything crusty? What year is it? How many fingers am I holding up? Oh, wait, hold on. How many fingers am I holding up? Correct. Okay. Just had to make sure. Had to make sure. Claw. Yes, claw. I need to use it a lot more. I really don't. 1999? No. No, it is not that year. That is incorrect. What? New reports revealed the Trump administration cut $500 million in deliveries to food banks around the country. Food banks were expecting more than 27 million pounds of chicken, 2 million gallons of milk, 10 million pounds of dried fruits, and 67 million eggs that never arrived and were left to waste. Oh my God. They are actually going to let Stephen Miller cut the population down to 100 million. Holy shit. Yeah, I guess they might didn't know. Stephen Miller specifically thinks that the United States should only have 100 million people in it. At most. At most. aid states that are Republican based denying aid to the... They're not aiding anybody. I promise you. They've cut the national programs and they're only going to aid people probably the bare minimum. Ooh. We were already underpopulated? No. We are not. We're not underpopulated, nor are we overpopulated. Overpopulation, underpopulation is a made up fucking contribution. Believe me, if the world was overpopulated, we would know. We would know. The thing that is overpopulating things is human greed. Did something change in the United States? Elaborate the question. I think there's too many Browns. Usually, yes. Yes. If somebody is screaming overpopulation, it's probably fueled by racism or xenophobia, because no country on this planet is overpopulated. Oh, yeah, the one from Arizona? Yeah, and they had the goddamn audacity. Mike Johnson had the goddamn audacity a couple days ago to go on a press conference and basically say, she's just like not doing her job and just walking around doing nothing. And fucking people had to tell him, yeah, dude, it's because you're not swearing her in. They fucking point fingers at people when literally the only thing that's like stopping these things from happening or anything is themselves, is the Republican Party. And I can't remember the name of the strategy. It's basically misdirection. It is effectively a misdirection. They're trying to shift the blame to this Arizona senator who legally is not sworn in and therefore cannot do her job. And effectively, they're trying to blame her for her being unable to do her job, even though it's as if the best way to put it is, it's like your boss yelling at you that you're not doing your job when you never got the onboarding paperwork. When technically you don't even work there on paper. She doesn't even get paid. So she's basically just a homeless person walking around a tourist. That's the way she described herself. She described herself as a tourist in the chambers because she can't do anything except like walk around and maybe go to what's supposed to be her office. One A short for First Amendment. Overpopulation is not a thing in the United States. They will try to pitch you the constant idea of overpopulation, but it's entirely because we build wrong. We build incorrect for spreading our population out over the massive landmass that we have. The thing is Stephen Miller's estimate is what I'm guessing his 100 million estimate is less than 1/3 of what the entire population of the United States is now. And demographically, my guess is Stephen Miller just wants to get rid of anybody that's tanner than a certain shade. That's my guess. Because that demographic percentage kind of covers that 2/3 he doesn't want. Not suffer from overpopulation? Exactly. There is barren, no, I wouldn't say barren. There is empty, unused, unprocessed land all across the United States. And it's just that we build fucking incorrectly. Constantly. We don't build like proper urban structures. We don't build decent rural structures. I don't think of it as self-care. Oh, yeah. Stephen Bannon on a interview a couple days ago specifically said that Donald Trump is this is essentially what he said. There may be slight paraphrasing, but it is almost exact. Donald Trump is going to be the president in 2028, and people just need to get comfortable with that. No. And whenever the interviewer tried to ask him what did he mean, he was like, "We have to finish things." And when they asked him, he was like, well, what about the 22nd Amendment and all that jazz? They were like, what about term limits, blah, blah, blah. He was like, we will find a way. There are options. I missed what you said. Steve Bannon said on a live interview, President Trump is going to be president in 2028, and people just need to get comfortable with that. Sriracha bacon jerky? Ooh. Yeah, it'd be called a coup. Finish things like the final solution? That's what it kind of feels like. That's also not to mention they're building more concentration camps all over the United States. Ugh. If he lives that long, that's supposedly the plan, but even then, that does not work. If you are the vice president, in order to become the US president, you also have to be, you have to meet the conditions for the presidency, don't you? Oh yeah, they're working to fix the presidency. They're working to fix, quote unquote, the way that you like fix a bet. Yeah, and honestly, the question is how long is it going to take for us to be fed up? I think in 1 month. I think in 1 month we will understand how much the American people are willing to take. Why fix the presidency when the Electoral College already does that? No, they want it to be more guaranteed. They don't want to have to keep paying off these electorates. We need that video you'd love to show, Kono. The one that's like, I can't say this, but I can say this. Elected to the office? True. They're going to find loopholes, and more than likely, they're going to get the Supreme Court to essentially certify them. Also, speaking of Supreme Court, who's ready to see if gay marriage gets to continue to be a thing this week? Is it... No, not this week. It's next week. I think Monday. They're convening to... let me think. What's the word? Revisit. Not Roe versus Wade. What was the landmark case? What was the landmark case? I'm brain farting on the name of the case. Yes. Obergefell. Thank you. Thank you, Gono. Yeah. Obergefell. It's actually kind of funny that the, let me think. I was going to say canary, but no, the ship that they're deciding to ride in on is fucking Kim Davis's case because she doesn't want to pay her $100,000 fucking, what was it? What's the word for that thing? Settlement, the $100,000 settlements that she was told to pay after she essentially got in trouble over not wanting to sign documents. No. Just the United States wants to pull back. I promise you too. Stick with me on this. This is only a step in the direction that they want to go. I promise you that they are going to go for interracial marriage. I promise you. If they can get through Obergefell, and they probably will, based on what the Supreme Court is, their target is interracial marriage. And they are going to pitch the whole thing. Watch it. Watch me. They are going to pitch the whole thing as a states' rights issue. They are going to say shit constantly that's just like, oh, it should only be up to the state to make this decision, under the idea that their cronies and their state cronies are basically going to ban it. Just being salty from the divorce, but I know I'm not the only one who believes marriage is a scam. It can be. It can be. But yeah, I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. Let me double check a thing real quick. Over that judgment. The thing is, he probably would vote against it because he caves to no pressure. What was the landmark case for this? Loving versus Virginia? Okay. Yeah, Loving versus Virginia is probably going to be the case that they come for. Who up ringoing their rounds? What the fuck, Bounce? Get more fucked up each day I hear about it? Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it something? Just shoot me, dude. Just shoot me. All right, hold on. I'm getting the game open. I have to double check the settings because yesterday when I tried to open it, it opened it in like 2360 for some reason. Okay. And then we can go ahead and swing right on over. Doing this specifically to outlaw interracial marriage because he's too much of a pussy to confront his wife and ask for a divorce. I was going to say, yeah, if I remember correctly, Clarence Thomas is also in an interracial marriage. So is JD Vance. By their standards. I don't think there's such thing as an interracial marriage because we're all human beings. But you know how racist and stuff are. They gotta have their classifications. We stopped being first world when we started caring about soccer on top of everything else. What? What? Breathing makes my back hurt? Yeah, you need to go to a fucking doctor, Carrie. You need to go to a... that sounds like a pinched nerve. I had something like that when I was a teenager. The entire US is just a Hippocratic government. Okay, Hippocratic's not the word. Maybe it is the word? I don't know. The entire government of the United States is just made up of fucking hypocrites. Everything that they claim that somebody else is doing, I promise you they are doing. Remember, kids, if somebody ever says the government wouldn't do that, yes, they would. Hypocritical, yes, thank you. Hypocritical, not Hippocratic, like Hippocratic oath. Yeah, I think a Hippocratic government may be a little bit better. Acknowledging the existence of the American soccer team in a global tournament that combined with our general poverty, third world. The United States is 50 third world countries in a fucking coat. That's not even a joke. Yes, hypocritical. Is more fucked up than mine? Maybe. Thing is, the United States spent decades, if not over a century, essentially trying to shroud itself in this mysticism of freedom and excellence. And they have essentially torn it down to the average person in just the last few years. Granted, you could have always known how heinous the United States was as a country, to the point where I don't think the American project should even continue to exist. Because fuck us. Hypocrite on a nat D20. Oh my god. We assume would stop people from doing evil things just don't work? Yeah. Because we're evil. We're a villain pretending to be a hero. Not even in an anti-hero sort of way. But anyway. Correct. Okay, I know where I am. So I did a couple things. Wait. No. No. Okay, never mind, we're good. Where the fuck am I? But yeah, did y'all see that? Wait, something's not right here. Did I get a bug? But yeah, I went and farmed some things. And this is actually kind of my favorite outfit. I'm not gonna lie. This is my outfit now. Were we the handsome Jack all along? What do you mean? Yes, actually we were. Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah. But hold on, this is supposed to be unlocked. We need to go talk to Aurora. Sorry, Patience at Aurora. For a split second, I got mildly scared that I had a bug. Also, weirdly enough, this also is not where I ended yesterday. Aurora will fix our bugs? Maybe. Ooh, lag. Okay. But yeah, so last night I was bored, so I got back into the game and I went and farmed every single skill. I went and farmed every single skill, but the weird thing is once you have all of these abilities, this is supposed to automatically unlock, which is weird that it didn't. And now we technically don't have to farm any residents for the rest of the game. Want to be like Sentinel the Betrayer? Play Digimon without us? What do you mean? Yeah, you don't want to know where I am, the Digimon game.
Don't suppose you have any formaldehyde lying around, do you?
No.
Aid me once more?
Can't say no to you, can I?
No, you cannot. There we go. I have to click it, apparently. It used to do it automatically.
Developing a taste for the arts and the artist, are you? I got a jar ready for you.
Maxed out. I have only unlocked the abilities.
Okay, I think that should do it.
Well, I've like unlocked to
Be
buy them with skill
powerful
points.
or whatever.
I've not done anything else.
I wish you the best.
But yes, I did. I went and unlocked every single. So like now when we get the skill points, I can unlock these abilities. I mainly did it because I wanted these passives. Specifically like this one. This one's crazy good. Have a Sentinel in charge, long overdue for D16 treatments. Oh, D16 as Megatron. I got you. I see where we're going with this. I mean, he was right. D16 was right. All right, we're going to Katsumi. That was where we left off last time.
Out there on the streets.
I can agree. He needs to be punished. I don't want him punished. I want him dead. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Max?
Oh, hey, Fire.
Hey, buddy.
Good to see you, Nomad. Katsumi thought you might come.
Good to see you're
I'm
safe.
glad to see that you are safe.
Back at you, Nomad. I'm helping the Anarchs out.
Doesn't have slipping on
Follow your
ice.
advice.
It would be kind of funny. You seem more
You
confident.
seem well. More confident. Purposeful.
Yeah, you could say that. It's been good to be needed, honestly. So, Katsumi heard you had trouble with the court.
I don't know about
She
that,
had something
Phaedric.
for you.
There definitely needs to be a actual punishment
Turns out one of her
this
followers
time
knew
around
the name of
for
her gang.
fascists.
Huh. She lived after all.
She was talking about you. And Katsumi thinks the girl
Wait, who
might know
lived?
something you need.
How did
Wait.
the Anarchs come to find the girl?
Well, you've met Katsumi. She's a helper.
Wait, which girl?
Doesn't really matter who you are to her. She just wants to make Seattle a decent place to exist.
Grab a sub from down the street. Is it a local place?
That's not a habit that's easy to kick. So when she came around asking people to bite her, let's just say we kept her from licks who wanted a bit more than she could give.
Wait,
Where
is this
can I find
the...
her?
We
Is
set
this
her up with
Verona?
some
Did he say
people.
Verona? Oh, we gotta go back to where we just were. Okay.
If you're right about
Wait a second.
Isabella being so bad, maybe Verona knows something. Let's head to the Dutchman.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew one of those motherfuckers was gonna be here.
Interesting to see Max set up a Katsumi. I guess he found a way to change. Let's hope he makes a better fist of it than with Benny.
Okay, that's not a way out. Isabella's ghoul, I'd assume? No, this was probably the blood doll that we, that she was just draped on the couch that we talked to when we were upstairs in Isabella's place. I think that's who this is. But yeah, we also have no use for residences anymore, so we don't have to spend any time like farming those for anything. We can just do missions. Yes, the one we talked to, she was like kind of in like that little cubby on the couch. Hi, Dre. How are you doing, bud? How's my second favorite bird? Cubby couch. Oh. Use of this facility is for employees only. Next to this information, someone had hastily scribbled in permanent marker along with some typical homeless symbols. Don't shelter here. Danger. to pop in for a short break to see how VTM2 is. I love this game. Hold on a second. Okay, I was just checking my collectibles. We're actually kind of close to finishing the collectibles, weirdly enough. Which I did not expect. Like, we only need 2 more of those crosses. Mixed reviews in the game. I've heard mixed reviews too, but...
Out what Silky's done with our girl.
Oh, that's right. I can't, like, get into that room. Actually, maybe that room's open now. Because that was the one that was... We're playing La Sombra. We're playing La Sombra, but I am wearing the Bruja outfit because I really like it. Nope, that door's closed. Let's see. Silky's up here. What you got, Silky? God, that's so loud.
Don't.
Max said the Anarch sent someone to you. I want to talk with her.
Yeah, that one. The blood doll. She was here.
Oh, also chat, you missed it, but I shagged Silky.
Folks to bite her.
After I got all of the powers from him, he decided that we needed to...
Desperate, you know? She didn't like that.
You know.
Stormed off. Hell hath no fury, right?
Where did she go?
Where can I find her now?
Beats me. She didn't exactly leave a forwarding address.
This is
Where do you get outfits in this game? No, you get outfits by unlocking the abilities.
Not be safe.
Once you've learned the capacity to like get the abilities, you get the outfit.
Normally I wouldn't share.
All the outfits correspond to a certain
girl's
skill.
Clearly on a knife edge, and I don't want to see her bleeding out. Here.
You
She left
fucked
a few
without
bits
us?
and
It's
pieces.
fine.
Enough to get her sent if you're keen to track her down.
My thanks. I will find her.
All right.
Later, perhaps.
Oh, goodness.
So, one missing mortal. If I might suggest...
Wait a second.
Let him here. No offense to the lady, but she did have...
Again, there's something in here, but we can't get in here yet.
Warm, lightly spiced.
Which makes me think we're probably going to bring the... I still think it's Verona.
Oh, caught a whiff of our blood doll, right?
Indeed.
We couldn't go this direction before. Okay. Back to my purchase alert. Well, thank you, Dre. Hope you enjoy your studying. What are you studying for? Oh, that's a knife. Excuse me, gentlemen. Okay, it is Verona. I just looked at the objective and it says Verona Sense. But the Anarchs are so weirdly sympathetic. Oh, I was not paying attention. So I did pick up one of the other passives, which it's actually kind of weird.
Trail, right? This about seem hell-bent on getting her back. Why? Barely.
Anyway. Wait, you're still over there? Come here. Mass manipulation, baby.
That is all of them.
I got an achievement for that, too.
Let's find her girl.
I got an achievement for that.
Verona, it is safe now. Come out.
That was good shit. Yes, these are the Sabat ghouls. It's stuck. She's just standing in there.
Fragrant choice of haven.
You. I've spent the night surrounded by goddamn killers. Well, I'm sorry if it smells bad.
I forgot she was country
but I
gomp.
hope it gets up your fucking nose. You murdered Isabella.
Sister then mistress? We're not on the best run for this girl, are we?
You know I had to stop her.
You are not ignorant. She would have exposed us all, putting our kind at risk. You must know I had to stop her.
Yeah. I get that you think that.
Oh my
But
god.
you gotta understand. A creative soul like Isabella was never meant to hide her life.
Yeah, but did you not see the number of people she had in the fucking club?
But I know she went too far. Pissed off a lot of her friends too.
She was going to kill people.
Her, and I never meant for it to end like
that
this.
wasn't art. You know she would have killed you.
You understand that Isabella would have killed you.
I'd have died for her. I'd have gladly been her sacrificial lamb. It's the rest of the flock I didn't like. She said,
Man, she really is in the sauce. And you alert the police.
So you are the one who threw the blood onto the snow. Who alerted the police.
She was never supposed to get hurt. Cops ain't any real threat to one as strong as she.
As she. Oh my goodness.
The party,
yeah, well, I was gonna say, what you talk about a person is almost irrelevant.
Us, you know?
I do not think that she's selfish is what this is. She thinks that Isabella actually loved her as like a more unique experience as opposed. What clan is Silky? Silky is Bruja. Said the 50 other people. Yeah, like the probably 100 of people that were in that building at the time.
You were jealous of the other vessels?
Of course I was. I loved her, and she loved me back.
I don't think it was the same kind of love that you're thinking.
My daddy's a big deal, and his daddy's daddy was a big deal, all the way back to the plantations. But let me tell you, none of the cotillions and champagne balls could hold a candle to a vampire's kiss.
Oh God, cotillions. Jesus, that's a phrase I haven't heard in a while.
Felt more precious than when I was bleeding in her arms.
Dr. Robotnik? Yep.
Even her friends were jealous. She got to taste me whenever she wanted.
Oh? Oh, tell me about these friends.
More of her friends.
She was a mighty popular lady, my Isabella. But there were some who were different, not there to bask in her light. They got all fired up when the corp guy died.
Corp guy?
It was something they were expecting, but still a shock. The blood, it was just weird. They were
Corp guy Campbell.
Collecting it.
It's probably Campbell.
The corp guy?
Campbell.
Well, he died, didn't he? All the
okay.
started scurrying around.
If it takes bleeding to make someone love you, yeah, I'm not gonna.
Between you and
Listen, you can like knife play and stuff, that's fine, but there's gotta be something there before the knife play.
She was excited.
Okay.
The blood.
They were hoarding it up. Not just feeding, they were draining folks dry. Killing one person after another.
I'm guessing those were the people that we saw on the bed in that center room.
That I don't know for sure. I hoped to live to find out, though.
Okay.
Thank you for the information.
I don't know a lot. I didn't know her that long, really.
Yeah, but you were absolutely infatuated with her, so.
I thought I'd ask. You're strong. They say you know things.
Spicy. Hi, Tootsie.
After I lost Isabella, I thought I'd never want to be fed on again. I was wondering if, you know, long term.
Oh, no.
We are not doing that.
And she doesn't deserve us.
Go home.
This is a sign. The path you are on has come to a natural end. You should return to your home, your mortal family. They will help you through this.
How could I go back now? After all I've seen. And without...
Ooh?
Without her. Well, sorry. Thanks for listening to me, anyway. I hope I get to see you again someday.
I mean, I am pretty noticeable, so... I have facial tattoos, for fuck's sake. Alright, guess we're going back to Max.
We should head on back. Let Max know the information was sound.
Why
would the Spat store up so much blood? You'd think they were trying to wake an antediluvian.
I mean, maybe.
The Sabbat try not to wake our ravenous ancestors. They want to destroy them as they slumber. I do not think this is about the antediluvians.
True. The thing is, though, is I don't think the Sabbat has ever successfully done that. Like, even any of the antediluvians that the Sabbat have, quote, taken care of, including the eldest and La Sombra himself, are both still alive. I agree. I hope I see you again. To us, listen.
Oh, guess you took care of business. Whatever that business was.
Kasumi.
No,
Yes, no, they're third gens. They're third gens. Second gen doesn't exist.
I don't mind telling you I've been sleeping better the few days you've been around.
Yes, most of the clans are descended from a antediluvian, which is the third generation. None of the second generation exist anymore because the third generation devoured them. It benefits us both.
The more I know of this city, the better I can serve everyone in it, including your people.
What about Kane? Kane is first generation.
Shit. You have a brain in that head.
Kane is first. The second generation is gone. Third generation is antediluvians.
I guess you've
Supposedly in the story, the second generations were effectively angels. Where were you?
Earlier? Out.
Fair, fair, fine. I see how it is.
Still one of them,
I see how it is.
A lady's got to keep some mystique about her. If it was any of your business, I'd let you know.
How's Max working out?
To see that Max has found the common cause.
Kane? Yes, Kane is alive.
Tell me,
somewhere.
Where does he sit with your people? Reminds me.
We've heard
of
he's the
you,
taxi
actually.
driver in LA.
Not so you'd know it. He's a good kid. Wish I had more like him.
From the cam tower? No, that's Safia. Sophia.
Ramona said Isabella had accomplices.
This is
She
Katsumi.
was part of a conspiracy before she went rogue.
Katsumi is the one with the branding scar.
I don't know much about that. I figured you'd be interested in what she had to say. I want to make sure you know that we're on the same side. There's something wrong in the court. Can't say I know what, but keep an eye on it.
Yeah. It's very obvious the court is keeping secrets from me.
Before we do, mind if we talk? Kindred to kindred? No masks, no ulterior motives.
Oh, do we have a positive enough rating with her that we get to talk about something fun?
I need an insider's perspective.
Sure.
I will make time for you. Please continue. Be serious. I need you to really listen here and give me your honest opinion. You moved
In heavens, the hard second gen angels? It's not that, it's like that. It's supposedly they were angels either, they were either angels turned into the second generation, or
because you suck up so much,
they
you
had
love
basically
Nikki's
the
on
power
your
equivalent of angels.
We're not okay, all right?
Regardless, the comparison of the second generation being similar to angels is often the comparison that's made.
I can smell it, even from my nest.
They don't go to heaven, they're condemned
Terrific return to power.
after being
How
embraced.
can things work for us in Ryong City?
Lou never gave up power.
I have never seen a prince give up control of their city. Seattle is no exception. Lou may have relinquished her title, but she maintains her power. Shit. I was hoping things might have a chance to get better rather than backslide.
They probably won't backslide,
For what it's
honestly.
worth. Thanks for the answer. I won't hold you up anymore.
I couldn't say for
Don't be a
sure, Noom.
stranger.
I could not say for sure.
I'm always a stranger.
Because the second generation is almost entirely like speculative. We know there's three of
Come for the
them.
turf, right? See you later, Fire.
We do know there's three of them, but we know names, but there's not like much of their story, really.
We should not underestimate her.
That Katsumi even asked, what is she cooking up, do you wonder? Well, that's everything that was on the
They're an
docket.
angel like you.
Think
Oh,
about
no,
heading
wait.
back to Dale's place.
You need to put commas in there. Oh, God. Okay, where's our fucking haven? Why won't you markets? All right, we'll go this way, and then we'll take the next left. Again, the higher generations when it comes to VTM, they give you a lot of leeway on what they are. Like, because the antediluvians are effectively godlike. So that's third generation. Second generation, who only knows what they were capable of? Cain, absolutely insane. But, like, the second generation is basically skipped because in the story, they're eaten. They're devoured by the third generation. To having a toxic crush on her? Yes. Wasn't it to like preserve her beauty or something? Yeah, seemingly. He could be anywhere from like in torpor or some kind of other rest. Or he could be wandering the world this entire time. Was that a cat?
I just love when you turn me on, Seattle. And you know just how to do it. So I won't keep you waiting any longer. First caller, you're on with...
Please don't be embarrassing. Please don't be embarrassing. Please don't be embarrassing.
That I always tune in every night when I can. You got a great voice.
Thank you. Anything in particular?
So clan veins, when they show up, literally third generation. Because they were curses from Cain. Cain punished them for devouring the second generation. Before third generation, there weren't Banes. So like Obsidiard is the Nosferatu antediluvian. He was turned ugly because he was, I think, Narcissus. There we go. He was basically Narcissus. And so Cain made him ugly. Effectively creating the Nosferatu curse of ugliness. Okay. Cool. Oh, okay. Fade to black.
Well, that was
Are we gonna get another Fabian scene?
If you're in the mood, there's some...
Yes, Cain is basically vampire god.
So, let's walk ourselves back a bite. We have the Anarchs and the Blood Doll, a shopping trip for Tolly, and then Mistress Lou and her traveling prognostication show.
Traveling?
Start.
Staffia's text.
Sophia and her desire for hidden secrets.
Sweet Sophia? Oh, she's scattered for sure, but she knows her stuff.
You don't think it's suspicious?
You're not suspicious?
Of her? Of course. Suspicious of her getting her tomes in a twist. Suspicious of her having eyes for a certain elder. But of malfeasance and plotting? I'd say that's not in her.
Listen, Cain kind of is. He's the head honcho of vampires. But Cain is cursed by God. Like, that part is technically true. He's cursed by the creator. Don't even get started on like how pantheons and stuff work in World of Darkness, because that shit is crazy. Like, if I remember correctly, I think Odin's was Odin a vampire or was Odin a fairy? Fae. I can't remember. I can't remember for sure. I want to say Odin was a fae. We'll do Verona.
Blood Doll, Verona. What did we really get from her?
Aside from her own dissolution, a tale as old as time.
The creator, TM, correct. The creator that is now dead. The creator no longer exists.
Sounds like our artist jumped the gun, though, didn't it?
According to Lucifer. And yes, Lucifer is real in the world of darkness.
For our troublemakers. Let's keep it going.
And he roams the world. Lou's visions are very important.
Clearly the reason she closed herself off, withdrew from power.
Okay, I wasn't the only one who thought that. Good.
Worse, though, is she's kept that secret squirreled away for years. Fabulous Elder can't trust her own thoughts. Front page news. Seems a bit too close to what we've been dreaming
But
about.
what
wouldn't you
is
say?
it?
Katsumi's Anarchs, and their newest recruit.
Why are we referring to Max as their newest recruit?
Yes, he's found his place. You made a good call there. It'll be the making of the boy. Even though, of course, he's not a boy. Strange folks, aren't we all? As for Katsumi herself, I'm now
Yeah.
the question of where she was and what she's up to. And who she's up to.
You have known Tolly a long time. Is there anything to concern us there?
Narrating the events of the world, like good omen? Nope, he does not.
In all honesty,
He
I
does
think
not
he's
do
one of
that
the
at
most
all.
dangerous things in this city. That
Now,
there
apparently at some point, God was effectively shattered.
anything to say he's not loyal.
The creator, as Lucifer calls him, was effectively shattered and has not been present in the world for a long time. But in one of the apocalypse scenarios, Lucifer does say he senses the creator's will at a certain point. I just can't remember what point it is or what he's pertaining to. Okay, let's go with this.
What do you draw from all this, detective?
It's a mite early to say. A whole meal to chew on, no doubt. Do you want to sleep? Or should we talk the big
Did you
picture?
not do Steven Universe? Let's see. I want to keep going.
So now, we've got a chunk of misbehaving, destruction, conspiracy, and the man in my dreams.
The gardener.
What's top of your mind?
Isabel and Willem.
Willem, this conspiracy. Why them? And who else?
Well, Benny, for one, if you remember the ring. Although wearing the
Hey,
mark
listen,
of
giant women.
conspiracy is
Giant
a
women.
clever move. Then
What's
again,
not to love
you
about
heard
giant
them,
women?
you know, and they all have a manner of control over you, don't they? Or seem to. It's as I said when we first met, a mark of
I don't know if it's
ownership.
control or if right now it's like trying to like rein her in.
As to who else, I've no notion, honestly. But
Women. Women.
What else worries you?
Gardener.
The gardener. He is the one we see in
Think of
our
yourself, Garrett
dreams.
Joma.
I'd say he is. And the one Willem named, right enough. So how does he get into our dreams?
How are you doing?
Why?
Do you think he's sending you
We see
memories?
him every time we sleep. Is he the one provoking your memories?
Maybe so.
We know he's
But I'd say
Malkavian
they
at this
are
point.
true memories, as far as I can remember anything. So there's another case to solve. Why those memories
Yes,
in
it is.
particular?
It is the Vorman poster. Not poster. The Vorman portrait. He aims to meet with
Seems
us.
to be drawing us to him. What is his aim?
Now there's a question. What does he want from you? Not sure what he'd get from a part.
Got weathered out of disc golf. How goes vampiring? Ooh. Disc golf. Hi, Black Dragon. You think Lou's dreams come from
Lou's
him?
dreams. They seem similar to what we see in the garden. Are her dreams from him?
Maybe
What Gen
so.
Fire is? No, we
Who
do not
knows?
have an exact
Maybe
number.
the same was true for Isabella, or even Willem.
You agree
We do not
he
have
is
an exact number.
the one behind Willem.
The thing is, if we go from,
Together, indeed. I wonder how he got.
hold on, I'll cover it in just a second. Can I? Okay, I can't pause. So some of her abilities here are crazy because, so like Shadow Step, the Sombra skill here. Shadow Step is a 6-dot ability. It is in V20. It's Obtenebration's 6-dot skill. Mass Manipulation, I believe, is 5 dots. In Dominate, if not higher. Earth Shock, I'm pretty sure, is either 5 dot or 6 dot. And then Blink, I think, is like celerity like 4. I can't remember for sure. The thing is, though, is she's definitely over 5 dots in different disciplines. So she effectively has to be at least above Generation 8. She has to be beyond Generation 8. I'm gonna guess
Who are they?
5 or
And what's
6.
their aim? You know the cult, right?
Yes, I've faced
They
them
are
before.
pestilence and utterly destructive.
You do have a tendency to tense up at the name, and I think I get why. But tell me,
I wonder if this is an option simply because we're La Sombra. Destruction of the
They
Antediluvians.
despise Cain's children, the Antediluvians, the founders of our bloodlines. They
5
say
points in
they follow
stats?
Cain,
Yes.
but have remade him into
So
the
having
ultimate
5
icon of
points in a
destruction.
discipline is
They
essentially
reject any
a
doctrine
like.
that still retains
Yes.
any shred of humanity.
So generally,
or
characters
existence of
work on a scale of
humanity.
1 to 5 dots
The
in a
Anarchs
discipline.
will struggle
Anything
against the
above
Camarilla,
5 dots
seeing
is referred
them
to as an
stifling,
elder power.
controlling. The Black Hand
You
will
have to be
shred the
above a certain
masquerade
generation
and
to
drag
even
us
be
all to the
capable
light,
of using that ability.
subjugating all of the mortal world. If only they had the numbers.
all human history to be put in the incinerator, If I had had them on the couch, I'd surely blame the parents.
It's very fun, Dire Hound. I'm enjoying the shit out of it. Conclusions,
What are your
detective.
Conclusions, detective.
So, to summarize,
Have a good
I'd
night,
say the
Swooshy.
surviving
Thank you for
Guardian
hanging
and
out.
Their followers, they've made a weapon out of the Nomad. But
Or they were
things had
trying
not
to.
gone right for them, and the Nomad slipped the leash. They've poked the bear, and the bear is not a happy bear, and is poking them right back. And
Yes, that's
down
what I
they
think is
go,
happening.
one by one. Reckon you should roll on doing what you're doing.
There's more to
There
it.
is more to this. The Black Hand may be inhumane, even insane by our standards, but they are not fools.
We are all built on human bones, and every human has a core of stupid. Now,
Correct.
We should hit the hay. Though I'd not be surprised if I'm up and about and walking memory roads in a few. Maybe I'll see you there.
Okay. Maybe. We'll see. Oh yeah, we definitely are. Damn it. Damn it. All right, Chucklefuck.
Somewhere, sometime, I just like to sleep. Hey there, fella. I talked to our mutual friend. They said they'd love to have a chat. So what do you say you give me an address?
Truth seeker, you are so close.
Yay, more riddle speak. Lurk check. All right, sound off, nerds. I need to know who's here. Drop a shake emote, drop a yell, drop a scream, say something. You, put the blender down. I see your ass. That protein shake's still gonna be there after you say something in chat.
My seedlings sprout.
Ugh. By address, I meant location, not a lecture on gardening tips.
The wanderer is already furrowed, already plowed. Now turn the sod and slip it beneath the soil.
Slip beneath the... Okay, well, I guess I'll pass that on. But,
Underground.
what is it you want? What's the deal here?
What's the deal?
Oh, I just realized these are skulls.
Exactly.
So what's the deal?
I only just realized that this mound is all skulls. Hi, Waffle.
What's the deal, Smithy?
Jonesy was
Ooh,
first responder. Captain Muldoon told us he'd want to get involved.
Body's gone?
Body's gone?
Took 4 guys to get him off the rebar. Heavy fella. Real muscly, lot of bulk.
Wait.
Captain Muldoon was on site. He took a look at him, told me to pass on to you. The Vic is nothing special.
That is probably not true.
Street kind of thing. Literally.
This may be the point where Benny is now under the control.
Any witnesses?
Jonesy.
Yep. Young guy named of Max Weber.
Max Weber, huh? Well.
No, this isn't right.
I knew that name, and suddenly I knew why Benny had taken a closer look at this one.
He's over by the auto shop.
This is his auto shop.
See anything?
Ask her. She's just come off the walk and talk. She's still on site. She might have something for you.
Okay, we'll go talk to Jonesy.
I'll take a walk around the scene.
Sure thing. Let me know when you're happy and we'll run cleanup.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Listen.
I figured I'd look around, maybe talk to Jonesy.
Yeah, this
see
is...
what. Guess the Vic was dragged here. Already dead or bleeding out. Inevitable, really. Our serial killer must have ordered a whole batch of the pointy little things.
They really just left the cross there.
Well, that settled it. Either our killer was as strong as an ox, or he'd hired a moving company.
Okay.
Bust
A lock.
too. I wondered how the auto shop played into this whole story. Guess there'd been
It's Benny, isn't it?
Well, Benny had his place insured.
Okay, that's Jonesy.
Sometimes I wondered how much crime was caused by the makers of little plastic signs, just to keep the trade going.
That would be kind of funny. All right, Jonesy, what do you got?
Jonesy.
Oh God, commercial break! Ah! Oh wait, no, it's in a minute. Okay, we're good.
First responder.
Okay, we're good.
That's
Woo!
right, Detective.
Hi, Keyblade, how are you doing?
Mr. Weber when he found the body.
Yes.
Been knocking on doors, trying to get a picture of what happened. Nothing useful so far. As usual, no one saw anything, no one screaming, "I am the killer!" on any nearby CCTV.
What did Max tell you?
What did Max tell you?
Huh. I have the notes, but I think you should really talk to him. He was pretty confused.
Good idea. Anything to report?
I'm gonna guess his memory is probably also
Apart from the big
blocked.
guy missing his head with an iron bar through his ribcage?
Yeah, apart from that.
Not a whiff of anything, detective. Weird, right? You'd usually have a blood trail, boot prints, car tracks, especially in this snow. No neighbors heard it happen. Does a big guy really die this quietly?
Why does everything she says sound sarcastic? Because the police department hates Fabian.
Thanks, Jonesy.
Because in the other flashbacks, we've effectively established that almost all of
Quiet. But then would anyone blink at loud noise?
all of the police departments thinks Fabian's a loser or a weirdo. Also, we're about to have the ad break in a second, and I need to run to the bathroom. So I will be back in just a couple minutes, and I will give y'all the music. I will see y'all momentarily. Don't burn anything down. That's illegal. Have fun, kids. Thank you for the hard tack. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? Everybody still alive? Bring the music back down. Okay. Nine's flag? Nine's flag? Nine's flag? What? Germany? Democratic Republic of Korea? Oh shit, I already forgot. Okay, 4413. Okay. One more. We need one more. Turkey. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I forgot it. Nice. Okay, I was like, I saw the crescent one again, and I was like, wait, is that the same one? They were almost right next to each other. There you go, buddy. Look at you go. All right. Yeah, put that away. Okay. No more music. Back to haunting the streets. There's a gumshoe. All right, Max. Hey, buddy. What else you got in here? Okay, it's just Max.
Good evening to you. I had a notion you might have got caught up in this, given this is your place. They tell me you saw something?
Hey, Fabian.
What is going on with his eyes? Maybe we wouldn't lost? It's fine. It's okay. How's Benny involved?
He isn't. The cops were called. Worried something had happened to me. Took a good look at the body. Said there was nothing special about it.
Good to have someone who gives a damn.
You don't know what you saw, do you?
What do you mean by that? Sasquatch with a bouffant hairdo? New breed of dog with too many legs? Supreme Court justice hovering 3 feet off the ground?
Supreme Court justice, maybe. Oh, I turned it down. That's my bad. I'm fixing it. Okay.
Let me try. There was the victim. One of those big square guys, all muscles. Biker, I think. He was walking down the street.
Lost his bike, huh?
Just listen. He was walking down the street, and there was someone else coming the other way. Or maybe a couple. But I can't remember them, Fabian. It's like someone took a cloud
Okay,
of
it's
ink
the
and
same
brushed
memory
over
thing that
them
we
in my
have
head.
with some of the other people.
Next thing, the biker is lying on the concrete, rebar through his chest, head pulled off.
Tell me about the victim.
Like I said, big square guy, lots of muscles. Think he was a
Big
biker?
square guy.
That sort of looked to him.
You didn't know him?
No, he wasn't a client at the shop. I'd have recognized him.
He was definitely mortal.
Oh, for sure. Can't you still smell the blood?
So you didn't see the killing?
I think I did see the killing. It's just I can't remember it.
Or the
I also don't think I can pry it out of him, but I don't know for sure.
No, I'm not even sure there were 2 of them. Maybe one. It's just a dark cloud.
You've considered the possibility that Zeus did this one. Was there lightning involved?
God damn it, Fabian.
You know, Fabian, sometimes I'm not sure how you keep your job.
Anything
that
else?
Cloud drifted away yet?
It's just so fuzzy, you know?
Felt to me like someone had messed with Max's mind. That I should take a look at. Look at
Okay. Question is it gonna be 4 or is it gonna be spirit touch?
I don't like this one bit.
Yeah, rightfully so there, buddy. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna pry.
Let's see what's going on in here.
Why'd they leave me alone? That's too weird. She was scared? Why? For the baby?
Oh! A woman. A pregnant woman, dark hair. She was so scared. Uh-huh.
Huh.
Hey, Max. Wanted to ask you. I took a look inside your head.
You did what?
That fuzziness you were talking about. There was a woman. A pregnant woman.
It doesn't interfere. There is, like, Dominate can do it. Dominate and Presence can do it.
Wings, like angel's wings. If this is my killer, things just got very weird.
So, who was she?
That's
what I mean to find out.
Very good fucking
Okay,
question.
thanks. I'll take a look around.
Later.
Okay. Rat. Okay. Yeah, it's probably a discipline. Again, that's what I'm thinking, but doesn't seem like there's anything over here. It says investigate the crime scene again. That way, what's over here? Oh. Okay, that's there with Jones. All right, Jones.
Jonesy, another thing. Any sightings of a pregnant woman from the neighbors?
Funny you should say that, Detective.
Oh?
We got this off the CCTV on the building across the alley. Doesn't have a direct line on the crime scene, but it did get this.
Huh. An extremely blurry photo of a woman who is most definitely in the family way.
Looks like it to me.
That
Okay.
is interesting. Good work.
Can I? Oh, there we go. Where is that? Or someone smuggling a watermelon? The tallies with what Max saw, a pregnant woman near the scene of the crime. Is that a woman? Are you sure? Why is that her arm? What is she doing? Okay, then. Oh, hi, officer. You're the one I need to talk to?
All done. Clean it up.
That's
all
what
as
it
quick
kind
as
of looked
fan
like,
mice,
yeah.
though, so the public don't start poking around.
Between you and me, this street might cause less attention if we just dropped a small bomb on it. Anyway, you get anything useful?
Yeah, I think you may be right, Rivet.
Anyone see a woman around here who's in the family way?
Who
Get a statement
refers
off
to
her?
it in this day and age as
Pregnant?
in the family
I
way?
noticed, but we had a few officers out canvassing on the early shift.
Or is that a Seattle thing?
If you have a good description, you could
Is
check
that a
files
Seattle
back
thing
at
that
the
I
PD.
wasn't aware of?
Good notion. I'll do that.
Oh, they want me to go all the way back to the police station? Okay. Alrighty then.
Just a few more nights, and I can get
I honestly thought this was gonna be like a small area that they were just gonna let me in. But that's fine. That'll do. Phew. The Seattle police drifting off like it's a VHS fast forward. Chromatic aberration. All right. Popo station.
I wanted to see if anyone had a lead on our ghostly mother-to-be. That and Max's memory loss was a concern.
Police
Worth checking if anyone else
Wait a
was
second.
suffering the same.
Ah. Hey, buddy. Oh no, do I have to talk to the filing cabinet again? Okay.
Why, Detective, my drawers are just waiting for your touch.
Any recent entries about a mother-to-be?
It's a big city, Fabian. Got any more details?
Tonight's
Reports
killing?
filed from tonight's killings?
Nothing interesting in my in tray where mothers are concerned. Anything else?
Memory
Any
loss.
cases of memory loss?
Like I said, it's a big city, and I'm just brimming with the afflicted. But give me more.
Near the auto
Anything come
shop.
up near the auto shop?
Nothing on the spot, but if we widen the search just a little. Oh, that's interesting.
It's kind of goofy.
Nothing mother-related, but there are an unusually high number of reports of memory loss around central Seattle.
Oh, can you give me some names?
That's the thing with memory loss, Detective. Names are often hard to pinpoint. But let me skim the notes.
Okay. Do we need to go talk to our lemon moss boy?
He's been picked up a few times for intoxication and
Biker.
definitely has a less than perfect recall. Then there's Carla, who used to be a paramedic. She dropped out because she couldn't trust herself to deliver the right meds. She's out there on the street somewhere. Then, of course, there's Mr. Lemon in the cells.
Oh.
That is interesting. I know all these people.
Yeah, the paramedic was the one that
detective.
is like works for
Could say
Fabian.
that.
If you can give me any more details,
The one
can
that
have
we
a
ran and
hot
talked to in one of the
session
earlier
about
missions.
correlation.
Don't forget to shake your
I'll see what I
ordain!
can find out.
Anyway.
I need to
Anyway.
You know where I am, detective, if you...
Shake your ordain. Shake your ordain. He can't stop us. He's out to dinner. All right,
Kyle said
so
something about Mr.
of course we're gonna go talk to Mr. Lemon first. Oh, Mr. Lemon. Is this way? Mr. Lemon.
You doing okay, Ray?
Sing a lullaby.
Believe me, buddy.
Is his hair
You
green?
don't hear my singing voice.
We'll talk to him first and then we'll get some blood.
Mr. Lemon, but the records say you were picked up sober, just confused. Remember anything?
Lemony moss, Fabio.
That's
The mini moss.
If
He
only
could be
I knew a
referring
bit
to
more
something?
about you. Like where you were found, or your favorite music venue, or anything really.
Amusing Greece.
Huh?
Amusing Greece, Mr. Fabio. Amusing Greece.
Amazing Grace.
Oh, how sweet that sound. You're a churchgoer.
Blessed Holy Mother.
Oh no, we're gonna have to go
Yes.
back and under the church again, aren't we?
Hey, come closer for a moment.
Let it suck. Suck like a little mother sucks.
But if he came in sober, how is he wasted? Someone has to be giving him alcohol or something.
Take care, Blair.
See Fabio, say hi to Miss Mommy.
Who? Uh-oh. Okay.
I wanted a word with Goo.
Is Guru gonna be there? I think I feel like Guru's gonna be the murdered biker. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna find out Guru's the murdered biker. Miss Mommy? That's the thing is, I wonder who he's referring to too. Cause that sounds like it might be referring to a person. Yum. Alright. I feel like Guru's not gonna be here. We'll see though. See if maybe it's a different one. Are you Guru? You are Guru. Hey, buddy.
Hey there, Guru. How's it hanging?
Wait, so we knew Guru?
The sirens are wakeful, Detective. You should help them sleep.
Hey, buddy. A filing cabinet told me you'd been picked up kinda confused. You wanna tell me about it?
So we knew
all
Guru.
have spaces in the clouds of the mind, my friend. But my confusion's my problem.
All of Fabian's
One for
little blood dolls
deep
around the city are all
theological
very
contemplation.
So you don't
Iffy.
want to talk about it.
Sorry. My mind is a temple. I need to be careful who I let in. You've never struck me as a religious man.
Come on, buddy. What happened to you?
What did you forget? It was a cloudy time, Detective. I'm considering the
He's
spiritual
mentioning spiritual stuff too, so this definitely has something to do with the church.
I have a case to crack. Thank you, my friend. I'll be back.
Fabian is
You
Malkavian.
can heal the ghosts, my man. Just find your purpose.
Okay.
I didn't think that was worth the effort. Wasn't gonna speak to me.
Okay.
I wanted a word with Guru.
Wait. Huh?
I figured I needed my strength for I didn't think that would help.
Well, hello there, my friend.
Okay.
Well, always pleasant to meet one of your kind. What with the ghosts being so loud lately. I hope recent days have been spiritual.
Besides talking to objects. Well, he talks to objects and he thinks he's a hard-hitting gumshoe. Troubled ghosts? Maybe I can help?
Troubled by ghosts, hmm? Maybe I can help.
I've met many of your kind, and none have succeeded.
Does he think we're a priest, maybe?
But I'm always willing to hear your thoughts. So, what good words do you have to impart, my friend? How would one of your calling deal with ghosts?
Yeah, I think he thinks we're a priest. Psychoanalysis.
I find that psychoanalysis is the
Not the accent, Fabian, no!
The couch before religion? That's very, you're not who I thought at all. Come on. I thought we were friends.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'll be somewhere else.
Raggle fraggle. Raggle fraggle.
Well, hello there, my friend.
Well, no, usually Malk's like derangements are very different from each other. Like there's another Malkavian that you meet in one of the games that pretends to be a caitiff.
I hope recent days have been
even though he's like constantly paranoid.
Full of love, my man.
Maybe I can help.
Ghosts, hmm? I've met Bod.
So let's get through this.
What good?
Forgive yourself.
Forgive yourself. Everything starts with that.
Caitiff.
Common refrain from a man of the cloth.
Caitiff.
So
Caitiff is someone who doesn't belong to a specific clan.
I'm talking about here, Padre.
And may not know who their sire is. They're usually hated because knowing who your clan is kind of a big part of vampire society. Tell me more.
Tell me more.
I saw her. Right in front of me. She came out of nothing like a haze becoming flesh. She spoke. She talked about her baby, the one she still bore. But I can't remember, Padre. I can't remember. I lost her, everything about her.
Where was it?
Where was it? My son.
I can't remember what she spoke, but I swear I did see her.
La Sombra? It could be, but it could also be anybody using Obfuscate.
From the corner of my eye as I walk the city. Her and sometimes others.
Wow. So you don't know where this was?
No. There are gaps, my friend. Holes in my mind where thought has turned to smoke. I feel I have lost myself. Could you
Ignore you, doesn't it? That's only Obfuscate 2. Above Obfuscate 2, you literally turn invisible.
What's your name? Other than Guru.
Before I was Guru, they used to call me David. David DeVere.
Really? Nice to meet you, David. Now, I better get going. Nice to attend people to Shrive, that sort of thing. Blessings be upon you.
May you find peace, Padre.
What do you mean, why do you see Harley Quinn? Wait, we can still talk to him?
Hey, old buddy. I'd like to buzz your chill just a little.
The traveler's on the road, Detective. They'll be here soon.
Well, there's detecting to do.
It's a long road to the sleep of the just.
Hold on, can we... Okay, no, it's just the fact that he's... You know what, fuck it, we'll take a bite.
Mr. Guru.
Well now.
Give me the bite.
Partake.
Give me the bite. Change your glasses. I recommend, changing your glasses.
Always a pleasure, Guru.
Being on all humans with phlegmatic blood resonance. Oh shit!
Watching and
apparently now I have snacked on every single one of Fabian's.
I need
the mother. Okay. Sue me if I can't see. Well, actually, I don't have dead, so can't give my job. What the fuck? What do you want about? Okay, yeah, this was the paramedic.
Carla wasn't in her usual spot. I wondered where she got to.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Very much uh-oh. Carla? Carla? That was yesterday, whenever I was doing the farming and stuff. Okay, hold on, I think that's her. But when I was doing the farming and stuff, I was actually chasing so many of like the people that get afraid of you. At one point, one of them literally ran through a building. And I don't mean through a door. I mean, she phased through the fucking wall and beelined out the other side. It was so weird. Carla? What are you doing?
Say, Carla, you okay? You're not in your normal spot.
I was just helping a friend out, Detective. Are you in pain?
Had some memory
I
loss?
spoke to a friend who knows about these things, and they said you got picked up by the PD, all confused. What happened? You okay?
You know how it is, Detective. When the call comes to help others, you see so many
Listen,
faces.
I like our Irish
They blur together for a
paramedic.
time, and I guess it all just got too much. I started to forget.
Was there some particular incident that triggered
Intensive made her phase through the building? Yeah, apparently.
I don't know.
Apparently.
Detective. I remember a woman, a young woman. She was so sad.
And pregnant?
Yes. I'm afraid I fell apart a little.
But
It was all
why?
too much. I don't
Are
think
they
she wanted
taking
me to see
memories?
her. She was scared, you see.
Huh. That is very interesting. Now, if we could just figure out where this happened.
I've volunteered in many places, Detective. I just can't remember. There are holes, missing pieces.
Interesting. You're not the first to tell me that. What's your full name, Carla? I'll run it at the station, see if some addresses fall out.
Carla Long.
Thank you kindly, Carla. Now you
Chinese last name? Irish accent? Okay. I guess we're going back to the Popo. Carla dies. I'm gonna be pissed. Yes, yes, they can. Ghouls, more often than not, will often just have like 1 point of potence. Is usually the case when it comes to what they can do. They'll have aspects, they'll have potence, like I said, maybe celerity, but usually they'll never have the like mystical discipline. So you won't find a ghoul that has like 1 dot in obtenebration or blood sorcery or anything like that. Oh yeah, probably. Trying to put down the vision. Records. Okay, I guess we gotta talk to the filing cabinet again.
Baby, you here to inspect my indices?
I've got the skinny on our missing
The
memory
skinny?
pieces. Can you do some digging?
You know
Mixed baby, what that just means they're probably Irish and Chinese.
So what have you got?
Let's do Mr. Lemon.
I've got nothing on except he sings Amazing Grace and goes to church.
Every snippet is useful. Everything is connected.
Guru's real name is David DeVere. He thinks he saw a ghost, a pregnant woman.
Hi, and thank you for the heart attack.
David DeVere. Very good, very good.
Carla's full
Sub was
name
the
is
correct choice for
Carla
lunch and early dinner. Hell
Long.
yeah.
Bit of an episode when she was treating a pregnant woman.
Carla Long, huh? Yeah, she's here.
I have
Okay.
it, Detective.
Carla Long spent time volunteering at St. Stephen's, giving training
Oh, it
to the
is the
poor.
church.
David attended church lectures of theology at St. Stephen's. And doesn't that fit with your Mr. Lemon, who's into religious music? All three short of memory.
You're right. St. Stephen's is the key.
Okay.
Nice work, knowledge base. I should get to it.
Come back when you can. I always need a good sorting.
I'm glad that we don't
There it
actually
was
have to
then.
go through the files.
Time to
That'd
go
be
to
a funny
church.
big thing instead
Something
if we
I
couldn't
didn't
just
often
like...
say, let me tell you.
If a pregnant lady was turned? That's a good question.
St. Stephen's
I
beckoned,
think-
and I had Mr. Lemon.
I think the baby becomes a vampire, which is like a very unheard of type of vampire in VTM. It's more in the world of darkness than anything else. If I remember correctly, they can also, they're stronger than a thin blood, and they can walk in the day and night.
Every one of them had seen a pregnant woman, something like a ghost. The mother-to-be, it was niggling at the corner of my mind, but I
Fuck was that
couldn't get
sound?
at it. Anyway, this woman, if she was real, was definitely at the scene of the crime. I wanted to talk to her. A lot.
Exchange blood with mothers? Yes, they do. Yeah, pregnant women make people forget, apparently. Talk to this. I think he's mostly in his head when he's using this power. Is that Anda? Oh no. Anda, why are you here?
Anda, right? Not sure we've met. I'm Fabian. I work for Benny.
I've heard of you.
This is before
All
she
good
started
things,
working
I
with
hope.
Lou.
I have heard of you.
I'm looking for a suspect. Young woman in the family way.
Again,
if you
in
know
the
what I
family
mean.
way.
And what is she suspected of?
I just want to talk to
I
her.
just want to talk to her.
That is the cop thing to say, right? But I haven't seen her. Good luck on chasing her down.
You sure you haven't seen her? She's involved in a bunch of
She's lying.
decapitations, kindred and mortals.
She sounds tough, but she's not here. You can leave now.
She's lying.
Okay. Thanks.
Go away.
Anda, I already fucked you once. I will fuck you again in a different way.
Do-over, I guess. I didn't see the need.
Door? Confession booth. Okay, I think maybe we need to do the pretend to be somebody else type shit. Or maybe we can go this way. Nothing back here, really? Damn. Okay, maybe we need to pretend to be somebody else to Anda.
Oh, that would have just brought me trouble.
Memory is fickle. Anda, right? Not sure we've met. I'm Fabian. I work for Benny.
I've heard of you.
All good things, I hope.
I have heard of you.
Trying to find someone in
I'm
need.
looking for a young woman in the family way. She's in trouble, I think.
Yeah. Her name is Misty, and she's scared. She's had terrible things done to her. If you hurt her, I will find your haven and I will visit you every night just as you wake.
I don't
And
think you
each
get up that
time,
early,
I will
man.
Rip out your tongue by the root.
Who hurt her?
Who hurt her?
I don't know, but when I find out, I will slice them paper thin and donate them as toilet paper to the city restrooms. She's downstairs. It might take you a bit of time.
What do you mean?
You'll see.
What? What does that mean?
Vampires shouldn't find crypts spooky, right? Whew.
It wasn't. Oh! Oh!
Hello, Fabian.
Well, hello. Misty, right?
Baby?
Have we met?
That was
Memory
really
stretches
janky.
and tears,
I did not like that.
sometimes It must break. She says there are so many pictures you left behind.
You're one of our
You're a
kind.
bloodsucker like me, but more than that, you're of Malkavian blood, right?
Okay.
Either that or old Malk himself should be serving you with a copyright lawsuit.
The blood in our veins does have the same source as yours, Detective. Such special sauce.
Malkavian, then.
Malkavian or Gideon?
Files say. But where did you come from?
From sugar and spice and sauce that's nice.
Honest said you've been hurt.
Honda said you'd been hurt. Someone had done terrible things.
Yes, Fabian. Yes, they did, Fabian. On purpose. Gifted
Yeah,
me.
she's pregnant.
Saved me.
And she's saying we,
Damned
so...
me. I have never forgotten how I was gifted.
I don't know if...
A terrible...
She talks as if the baby's also talking to her,
Saved
which
us
is
both.
interesting. Also, hi, Mara.
She is so thankful. But so terribly bored.
You talking about your embrace?
Talking about your embrace?
Oh, I am embraced. I am so deeply loved.
The baby.
Eternally, I will be caressed from the inside. I am so grateful.
Well, okay.
Tell me about the
I can't
child.
help but notice you're on the way to being a mother. And I can't figure out how that works at all. We can't get pregnant, can we?
She needs the blizzard from Dairy Queen. You should get one, preferably Reese's Cup. Listen, I wish.
Oh, Detective. There is no way to be blessed with new life when you are already dead. But all the dead were alive once upon a time. She knows that. And so do you.
Will it ever be born?
Your child ever be born?
How do you think it works, Detective? Did it never cross your mind? Not once. A detective should be armed with all the facts. In service, in pride, in dedication.
Why did you... Did you see the murder? We'll go with that one.
You were there at the murder scene, right? What did you see?
Oh, I have a lot of concerns about this character. I don't like this character.
The cops scrubbed the asphalt, scrubbed the cellar floor, and no one remembers.
The cellar floor?
There are some things you can
At
save
the
without
Makov?
memory.
Makov?
Perhaps I saw him. Perhaps she did. Metal cross and metal stakes. But his face eludes me, as I elude you.
Why did you wipe all those memories?
Wipe all those memories. Max and the guy in the drunk tank.
They saw me. And remember, I should stay out of sight. I need to stay out of sight.
Why?
Yeah,
He's
why?
looking for me, Fabian. I think he wants to kill me.
Who?
The father.
Hold on a second.
Really?
Okay. Come on, tell me.
Okay.
Gardner? Maybe the gardener. The thing is, I don't know. It could be someone else.
The victim, a biker. The killer.
I feel like we're gonna find out that whoever this killer is also tied this to Bot, because I doubt these two lines are like completely
This
separate.
was getting me nowhere. Her memory wasn't connected up right.
Okay.
I needed a moment to gather some thoughts. Stay there.
Doesn't seem like we have a potion here, which makes me think that it's gonna be just digging in.
Let's have a peek, shall we? That's not what I'm looking
Damn it.
for. What are you hiding?
Step inside, step inside.
Detective Puzzler, always steadfast. Maria, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, Black Square's peak design. Don't you ever forget it. Red Drinker, Fear Maker. Our maker doesn't remember.
That's not helpful.
Damn it.
Let's see what's going on in here.
We want to thank you. We want to end you.
That can't be what you're hiding.
Damn it.
What secrets are we keeping,
Damn it!
Find something else. What secrets are we keeping?
Blow things up. Ooh. Oh, Mecha Break is what you're talking about, I'm guessing.
Oh. We hid. A blood drinker, one of our kind.
Oh, Mech Warriors. Darn it. Darn it. Damn, we got a lot of Mech Warrior fans here.
Okay, let's figure this out now. You did see someone. A vampire. Which makes no sense, as our killer is not a vampire.
Oh, but he was. Yes, he was. A brute. A thug. A made man.
He scared you so much you hid, and afterwards you blanked Max so this man could never find you.
Where are you hiding from?
Her father. You said you'd save me from him.
I did.
Fabian. Hector liked you. He...
Oh my god. This is the woman that Hector's been protecting this entire time? Oh shit. Okay. Hi, Rodane. Welcome back. So Hector is the guy in the 1920s that's the sheriff that we've been talking to and poking and prodding him about a girl that he's had interest in. It's her.
Trusted you. Are you here to save me?
All right, is it time to talk to Hector? Is it time to talk to...
I didn't have much time, and neither did she.
What the fuck?
Easy, miss. Just tell me what you saw.
We embraced her, didn't we?
Who are you? You're one of them, aren't you?
Oh, that's Hector. I'm a sharp dresser. I'm like Hector.
You mean, am I like Hector? Well, I guess I am, except I'm less follically challenged right now.
This is Hector up on the rebar.
Fabian. Hector liked you. He trusted you. Are you here to save me?
Oh no. Tell me what happened.
Hector heard someone
The
coming.
thing is, I don't know. I don't think Hector may have been the one that got her
Worried about
pregnant.
me. Then I just heard those noises. That horrible, horrible sound.
Like a head being pulled off.
Oh, I can only imagine.
I could hear him breathing. I guess I made a noise. I was so upset. He found me, dragged me out. It was so fast. It's bad, right? I know it's bad.
She's been pregnant for 100 years, if this is the case.
Hector's secret. Well, that explains a lot. You're his girl?
No.
Thing is, I think men can get human. I think male kindred can get female humans pregnant in this universe. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not 100% on that. I know kindred
found
can't
me.
get pregnant at all.
They all wanted my baby. That's what Hector said. And so did he, the father. Too late now. Guess he won.
Okay, maybe this is different.
Who's the father?
Johnny. Dear Johnny. He's one of
Johnny?
you guys, you know. Works around
JJ
just like
Campbell?
you.
It's, oh my god,
For
it's
Luke
Campbell.
Graham.
It's
Wildly
Campbell's
unlikely,
child.
But sure, let's go with that. So, you and Johnny created a small miracle.
Because Campbell wasn't a vampire at this point. But you didn't want to.
You didn't want to.
I couldn't do it.
Campbell wasn't the thin blood.
Hector, he told me I had to get out of Dodge.
Campbell was the ghoul at this point. He was a ghoul in the 20s.
Other people were hunting me.
What other people?
Campbell is not is not Lou's sire. Lou is Campbell's sire. Lou was over Campbell and Ryong. Both of them are on the same footing. Ryong and Campbell, same generation, both childs of Lou. Yes, there you go. That is not good.
Is not good.
It doesn't matter now, does it? They've killed Hector. They've killed me. And they've killed my baby. Johnny Campbell's baby.
That was supposed to be a reveal, by the way.
The pieces snap
I know that
together.
was supposed to be a reveal.
Vampires can't make babies, but ghouls certainly can. Campbell, Lou's muscle. Why did the court care so much? I didn't know, but they wanted to catch or kill.
Okay.
And Hector wanted her safe. That was
So you're
clear.
awesome, but dipping out because spoiler territory. Totally understood next. Thank you for swinging in.
Didn't understand.
Also, I love that emote. You're such a dork.
I knew some of the players. I also realized by me spending all this time
Hi,
pondering,
Hades.
she was nearly out of gas. Hey, you still with me?
Yes.
We're about to
I
do
got
something
an idea.
drastic. I know we are.
I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was so I knew something the court didn't. For once, I'd be one up in the game.
I can't make my own Rasta vampire version broken. What do you mean, Rasta?
Okay, Misty. I'm going to help you be safe. Both of you.
Oh, that was, Fabian, that was way too gruesome, buddy.
In hindsight, of course, we all do things we're not the least bit proud of.
Just through the sleeve. Well then. Good morning.
Well, good evening.
You sired the child, Fabian.
So I did.
Does she still haunt the city?
Seems to me she's got really good at not being seen. What we should do is go see Ryong. She's expecting us.
Okay, but if I open this map and there's side missions, I'm doing those first. Yeah, side missions always come first. Later, losers.
Always, but whatever happens now has to be her choice.
As above, so below. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I do not like the name of that one. Pours holy water on a vampire. That doesn't do anything. Again, that's one of the like legendary things that only very specific vampires may be weak to. Although,
Have you been watching me from the shadows?
I forget, are the Sombra weak to... No, Bali. Bali are weak to all holy symbols. So that would work on a Bali vampire. He's now a wet vampire and him cast lightning? Oh no. Okay. So wait, how many experience points do we have right now? 3? Okay, not nearly enough. Yeah, because I want to get more of the passives. I especially want to get the Bruja passive because clan passives triggering, not just when you bite someone, but when you just kill them, is really good.
Hello again, dear. I trust you wiped your feet.
Yes.
You have something for me to do?
There's a gentleman waiting in the foyer of the glacier. He should stand out, at least to your eyes. Please don't keep him waiting.
Okay.
I will see it done. You have a pleasant night.
Okay, bye. Oh, newspaper. Death of J.J. Campbell confirmed. Natural causes. Beloved entrepreneur, business mogul, philanthropist J.J. Campbell's now been confirmed. According to spokesman for .geo Futures, Campbell died in bed, likely not his own, from a heart attack caused by overwork. Campbell will be long remembered for his wit, charm, and generous spirits. Gang violence getting out of hand. Tensions rise into nightly terror of gang-related violence, and mindless vandalism continues to grow across the city. We've reached out to Seattle PD for comment, who simply admitted, yeah, it's getting out of hand now, isn't it? Atrium, more trouble than it's worth. Isabel Moore, owner of the infamous nightclub Atrium, appears to have fled the city among vicious rumors and controversy. Accusations abound with reports of poor safety conditions, a rampant drug use getting out of hand at the recent event. A disgruntled employee has confirmed that without its proprietor at the helm, Atrium will be closed for the foreseeable future, and those that already bought tickets for upcoming events are shit out of luck. Well then. My only experience with ATM has been LA by Night. I think you'd enjoy this game then. Technically, there is a Seattle by Night done by part of the same cast from the LA by Night crew, and it is canon to this game. It is canon to this game. It's definitely you.
You are waiting for a package?
I am. And such an interesting courier. Have a pleasant night.
All right, so Onda does have something. All right, Miss Ma'am, what do you got? Who do I need to go kill?
Don't think it was anything more than that.
What was the price for joining the Camarilla?
What was the price of joining the Camarilla?
There's always a ticket price for jumping the fence, right? Some
Who did you
prices
kill?
steeper
Whose
than
head
others.
did you bring in?
Some want a sacrifice of a Sabbat member. Some just want a blood bond. Lou's asking price wasn't so high, but I wanted her to know I was serious.
Fun? Baron want to tell us something? What do you mean?
To Lou in a nice enamel box.
Oh. Oh. How are you? How's
You are
Lou
close to
doing?
Lou. How is she really doing?
Why do you ask?
Is it to make your own type of character? Is like it's cyberpunk. You play as the nomad no matter what. I'm concerned.
I am merely concerned for her well-being.
Yeah, sure you are. Concerned about finding her weaknesses.
Fuck
maybe.
you, Anza. I
She's
genuinely
fine
wanted
and
to know.
fucking dandy. So no need to concern your sweet little head.
Is there trouble I can deal with?
Looks like it.
Anza
Now
said we had
Adrian's
fun.
out.
Elaborate.
Seems like one of
We
the
shagged
Aspen
Honda
animal
already.
groups are trying to move in.
We
Can you
have in
check out the alleys
fact done the
nearby?
schmecks with the
One of the
Onda.
staff ghouls saw Cass out there. And the word is he's
Night of
trouble.
Punishment? Shh.
I will deal with it.
Fine. We could do it again.
Is there anything you miss about mortality?
Riots? No, we did it on
Apart
stream.
from
We did
shitty
it yesterday on
landlords,
stream.
toothaches, and allergies? Not a whole lot. Except
No, we did that
maybe
part yesterday on
catching
stream.
this pretty face in the mirror
Onda was the
every
only
now
one
and
that we did on stream. We could do it again.
I will see you in room 1408.
Why not wait there? Perhaps you'll have a visit. Let's see you handle this.
I am yours to command.
Yes, we did do the pawn shop guide, but that was, we more just had his blood. Dish with
You
schmecks.
ain't scared of a thing, are you?
Have a good night.
Anyway. Eliminate Cassidy or Atrium. Okay, then. Oh. Is it newspaper? Okay, this is the same one. Huh. Don't know why it did that. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go snooping.
Drink, whatever you can spare, please.
We're gonna go the fun way. Wait a second. What was that? Neat. Yeah, because we only need 4 more of these, so I kind of do want to find them. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh, somebody over there.
I must prove my devotion.
Buddy, you are the only one over here. This is not gonna go well for you.
Playing tricks.
I landed on his fucking head. Oh my god. Fine with me.
Just gonna have a quick look. God damn it, no!
Wait, why was there a cultist up there and then this is an anarch? What the hell? Wait, did you lose me, dude?
Jesus Christ.
Anyway. Alright. That's interesting. Okay. What is this section? Oh. This way. Ah, there it is. Gimme. Alright. Ah, there are multiple people down there. That's one big dude. Oh, this will be fine. Are you serious? I wasn't crouching? Jesus, dude. Oh, no. Ah, dude, I hate you. Motherfucker. Give me your shit. Mine. Who's newly made vampire? I'm just getting into the word. No, thin blood is somebody whose generation is so low that their blood is diluted they barely count as a vampire. Alright, I think we're going... Oh, she's at Mach. Okay, so we'll go to the Aurora. Oh, we got the 6. Nice. Mr. Minions, I can get this. Okay. So now, when I kill an enemy, regardless of if I feed on them, I get... Oh, shit! That was... Oh, come on! Get up the ledge! Uh-oh. I am glitching.
What was that?
Oh, shit.
Hands on your head!
You'll never take me alive!
Help me!
You'll never take me alive! Cover!
I
can pay you. Just leave me alone.
Ooh, lag. Where did you come from? Me hiding under the vents. Them fighting for some reason. There's a lot of y'all up there for some reason.
Do not waste my time.
We're not alone.
Oh, what gave it away? Letting it fall is not a good idea because we instantly die. There's no other repercussions. Again, though, I do want to find the last couple Anarch things that we have, but a little hard right now. Poor guy's down there. Anyway, ads. Okay, I'm sorry. That's fine. That's actually good time because I need to run to the bathroom again. I am pissing like a racehorse. Anyway, I will be back in a couple minutes. Thank you, Sunstar, for dink-donking. I will give you all the music in just a moment. Enjoy the flags. It seems like it's random which one it gives you. I cannot figure out which one it's going to give you each time. Okay. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Sun starts having his moments. Just jamming. All right. You missed Persona? It's still here. It's still here. I can hear it. You goofball. And this bonk? What do you mean, this bonk? I didn't do nothing. I don't deserve no bonks. I'm only a little bit hungry. I had a spoon of peanut butter, too, when I stood up. Oh, my goodness. You did all the things? What do you mean, all the things? Incorrect terms? Perona. Anyway. Oh, it's mentally sometimes when I think about it, I say hi and I say hi, Jins, and my brain's like, hi, stronger, more powerful. And then I'm like, I should probably say it backwards because it's technically low numbers are more powerful. I didn't mix it up in my head. I knew what I was talking about. It's just the way that I used the words was not conducive to other people understanding it. Okay. What are we doing? Oh. Whew. Somebody's fighting. Hey guys. Good talk. Thanks for the knives. Anybody else around here that I can use them on? Damn it, no. The one time I get a bunch of knives. I'm also looking to see if I see any indicator for any of the Anarch things. But I'm not. Woo! Wait, what was that? What are y'all doing over here? Those cops? No, those are cultists. What? What the fuck? Huh? What just happened?
Someone fucked up.
I'm gonna fuck you up so bad.
Okay.
I'm gonna fuck you up so
Buddy,
bad.
your feet are off that roof. I think even Censor's head.
Around here somewhere.
Yum, yum, yum.
Barely over.
Just keep it together.
They can't see me because I have Stitching and Shroud up all the time now. Because when you have it up so frequently, they struggle to see you.
Eyes peeled.
Hello, sir. Anyway, I was kind of hoping that there was going to be something over here. There's not. Oh. Okay. Wait, someone saw me? What? I'm calling bunk. Hmm. Oh, right. We were coming to pick up Nico's mission. I was like, why are we coming to Nico's again? Alright, guess we're gonna have to go kill another person. For the funnies! Do a flip? I wish I could do a flip.
I was hoping to see you again soon, Milo.
Is there someone who needs my attention?
Wait, what did you just call me?
I do have something. This is a picture of David's youngest son. A son who David has never seen through the eyes of sobriety. A son who David has never paid for, and whose mother has no home.
I have the scent.
Okay.
I look forward to speaking to you again.
We're going to kill a deadbeat dad is what I'm hearing?
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Why are people climbing up these things? Oh wow, he actually did go into the construction site. Huh. Where does this person go? Oh, hello. Okay. Parkour done.
Fucking cops think they own the place.
How you doing, buddy?
God help me!
Oh, he's scared. Wait, what? Oh, okay. This entire gang is just after me now. You'll never take me, boys!
How am I supposed to get clients under the...
My god, this man's got legs.
They've gone mad!
I can hear them behind me too, which I think is very funny.
Get away from me!
You'll never have to get away from me,
God,
boy!
Help! Help! Help!
Oh, they really are still coming.
Help! Police!
Sir, I don't think the police are gonna help you.
Help me!
Do I need to beat up his buddies?
Help! Police!
Wait, who's?
Someone! Help me!
Is it him?
They've gone mad! Oh!
No, shouldn't have done that.
That's incredible. Please, don't hurt me.
I think we lost the guys. I think we did. Hi, Oscar. Do I need to sneak up on him? What's the deal here? Run into a fucking alley, dude. Do I need to? I feel like I may need to sneak up on him. But he seems like he just keeps running.
Just need a big score.
Come on. It's getting boring, buddy. Seriously? But yeah, the thing too, whenever there's like one of the scared people, they, whenever a scared person runs by, everybody stops and looks at them. Buddy, I could not wait to tear your head off. Honestly, I probably should have bid him there. I don't think anybody could have actually seen me. Again, I don't understand the point of the indicator, though. God damn it, dude. He does so many double backs. Oh, that is the boundary of the map. We chased him to the boundary of the map. Hi, Zoa. Come on, buddy.
Well, look at you.
Nobody's Crimson. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Well, now.
Wait, what happened? Oh, we already knew that. Buddy. Go somewhere else. Thing is, I'm pretty sure if I kill a cop, I instantly get full masquerade break and I die. Well, no, he's hit me already. The cops aren't going to do anything to him because he's running. Really? Why are y'all the only ones over here? Go somewhere else. Thank you. Jesus. I'd almost rather him just McCrispy himself. Oh my god, dude. Thank you.
Well, that was interesting. And he smelled kind of familiar.
What do you mean familiar? Fabian, why did he smell familiar? Why did he smell familiar? Yeah, he was very annoying. Honestly, I was very tempted. I was trying to just wait and see if I could snap his neck while he was in the corner with that cop. It was very tempting. It was very tempting. Oh, we're going back the same direction. We ran all the way across back to the place where we were before we went to Nico. God fucking damn it. Get off the fire. Oh, hi, guys. What am I getting bumped by, dude? Excuse me. Yeah, we did the entire leg day.
Ah, fire. You cannot keep away, huh? David is dead, I hear. And am I right that he has supped kindred blood? If it comes back on us, we will deal with the Donator.
Oh. Okay, interesting. Maybe that's why he smelled familiar. Hi, Zoa. Okay, hold on. What have you sent me? What book have you sent me? Oh, good lord. Hmm. Aw, cute. Congratulations on the new tit size. All right, let's go talk to Ryong. Listen, it's funny. The Alice in Wonderland comparison is even funnier. Ghouls are blood bonded? Yes. He was a ghoul. We do know he was a ghoul. That's why they use the term Domitor. That's basically the vampire that turned them into a ghoul. So I'm guessing we'll probably have a mission with Nico where we will have to deal with a vampire at some point. We up in the bat game? Zoa is. No context. I love it. You don't need any more context. Zoa's up to the bat game.
Here, I don't.
All right. Yoink. Orion. Oh, also I did the hanky-panky with Fletcher off stream. I forgot to tell y'all that. I just remembered that too. Anyway.
Take a seat.
New Babs just dropped. Listen.
Fire. Thanks for coming.
Ryong?
I assume you managed to smooth things over. That should take care of inner court politics.
I swear she wasn't
and thankfully,
so red before, wasn't she?
And the repercussions of that exit aren't public knowledge. Yet.
Hmm. The gardener knows. We'll go with that.
Beat me to it. This gardener knows the truth. And you say he's Sabat, an enemy of this court. And Sophia says she thinks the Sabat are
Not my
tied to
girlfriend. Oh,
Mark.
listen, yeah.
Seems our interest just became
Oh no, I was
aligned,
talking about Fletcher that's at the piano in this game.
And I have a good idea where to start.
That's what I was talking about.
The underground.
What is the underground?
You say these words, the underground.
She's not from Seattle, so I feel like she wouldn't know.
I forget you're not native. The underground is an architectural graveyard. The ruins of old Seattle.
A lot of cities have that. Chattanooga has
Rather
it.
than salvage what was, Lou decided to simply build on top.
Yeah, a lot of cities do that. Usually it's not because of fires. Usually it's because of
Tolly reviewed the PD figures.
flooding?
Disappearances, deaths, kind and kindred both. Always near an entrance to the underground. It's what drove out the Nosferatu.
Oh.
Campbell never looked into it, said he had other priorities.
Wait, the Nosferatu
I'm
got
not
driven
saying
out of the
it's our
sewer?
smoking
That's
gun,
crazy.
But it is a gun, and it is smoking.
In Wad?
And I'm going to
I
discard
doubt it's the Cathedral of
The
Flesh.
gardener talked about going under the soil.
So you think it's the
What
spot?
makes you think it is Sabat?
Oh, I'm not certain. But it's a canker on the city. The way it's been disregarded, that's a red flag for me.
To the worm? Oh.
Only way to know is
Of course
by
it is.
process of
It's
elimination.
Paris.
Could be the Anarch simply stirred something. Either way, it was gonna fall on your shoulders. But Occam's razor, this is it.
All right.
I think you are right. At least it is worth a visit.
It's a big tourist attraction, believe it or not. Only ones who go down there now.
Do I need to put the fancy clothes back
and
on?
only
As much as
ever
I
in
like the
their
jacket, I
sanctioned
kind of want to
playgrounds.
put the fancy clothes back
Deeper
on.
than those, I'll level with you. I don't know
Worm?
what kind of threat
In
you
Werewolf the
face.
Apocalypse, there are
In Lou's day,
three
getting sent down there was a
deities,
punishment.
forces, whatever you
A
want to call it.
convenient
The
solution
worm,
for
the weird, and the
problem
wild.
kindred. Besides,
Or the
you
worm,
won't
the
be
weaver,
alone.
and the wild,
the gang
right?
next will be with you.
Yeah, it's basically an entity that has gone completely insane that wants to completely evaporate existence. I'm curious, why Nyx?
Why?
Tali found out she's been taking certain liberties. Something I'd hoped the sheriff would be on top of. Now, I'd be inclined to make that her first strike, but obviously, Lou was furious.
Wait, what was she doing?
Remember what I said? The underground being Lou's favorite form of punishment? Since Nyx works for Lou directly, Lou gets to decide what happens when she's fired.
Yeah,
Here's
it's
the
in Mage
public
too.
entrance. You'll find the gangrel easily enough. And fire.
Thank you for the mandatory view
Be
message.
careful down there.
Ordain. I wouldn't shave nuts with Occam's razor. Listen. All right. I guess we're going to meet. She's a good character by design, but I genuinely think Nyx is the most annoying character I've come across.
For our visitors. Fun day out for the Okies, you know.
The last
Maybe
place is
Tommy
currently
and Rihanna
Nyx,
are right.
followed by Misty.
Falling tourist numbers is because they're all getting eaten up.
That
or
is
something.
currently my
You know,
order.
someone would mention that in the
Oh.
review, though, right?
It's okay, we're going around. What are you on about, Sin? Misty was the pregnant woman. The pregnant woman that we found. Well, that Fabian found. We have not found her in the current time. Be this way. Meet at underground tour. Okay, well, it wasn't this way. We gotta go to a business first. Is that what we're doing? Good lord. Hey, at least there's another business we get to go inside. Loading screen! Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No sign of Nyx.
And a lot of mortals.
She'll stick out.
Discovered in the public-facing underground area. Newspaper articles embedded into the countertop as part of the exhibit. The scratched countertop surface makes it difficult to read, but the headline can still be made out. Rebar killer strikes again. Cigarette girl corpse discovered in local speakeasy. Police decide which case to investigate first. Okay, so that's the old.
You catch that aroma? That's Nyx, all right. We should get after her.
Hold on. I would like to be nosy, and I'm glad I did, because there's stuff in here. A card alongside an empty gift box. The front depicts a picture of a champagne bottle and streamers. Congratulations, teams. You absolutely smashed this year's targets. Here's a little something from head office to say thanks for all your hard work. We know times have been hard in recent, but your new ghost tour overhaul really turned this place around. Now let's look at getting those employee retention up. Keep up the good work. Amanda Lafferty, Secretary to Piers Pennington, CEO. Does this say stay off my lawn? Go away? Happy holidays. Hang in there. Okay. I was like, it's Ton? But it's a lowercase L. For some reason, I was half expecting to be uppercase. Hello. Piece of paper with names and dates of the weeks, lists, and columns. Most of the names have been printed in ink, except the ghost tours, which have been crossed out and written over several times. Huh? If you can't make your shift, contact Andy with at least 48 hours notice. This includes ghost tours. No shows are unacceptable and grounds for immediate dismissal. Why are there so many for the ghost tour? I have a stinking suspicion that it's for shenanigans. Pioneer Square. Trustees of the Museum of Seattle's Dark History record their gratitude to J.J. Campbell of .geo Futures for his generous donation issued in 2019 and 2021. Wait, that's not what that says. Settlement importance was guaranteed in 1852 when Henry Yesler chose this mile for his lumber mill, which was located at Elliott Bay at the foot of what is now Yeeler Way. Have yet to be placed along the tour. Seattle's Dark History Ghost Tours. Make sure to wait for your guide. Do not enter the museum without your tour guide. Stay with your group at all times. No food or drink beyond this point. No crucifixes beyond this point. No flash photography. No spirit boards. No whistling after dark. Do not follow the sound of singing. Interesting. Huh. Autosave. Oh, button.
1885 to 1886 saw the anti-Chinese riots depicted here, which were begun by unemployed white workers
Taking food, drink my crosses, whistling and taking tons of pictures. No! How else am I going to enjoy these nuggets without my spooky environment?
Despite this, modern Seattle once again enjoys a thriving Chinese and Pan-Asian community. In 1889, disaster struck when the Great Seattle Fire consumed half the city overnight. It was believed to have
You will learn, chat. You will learn.
The Seattle Underground, where we now stand, came to be when attempts to rebuild went awry and a new city was built on top of the old one. Thank you again for coming to the Seattle Underground tour. This exhibit, like many others in the city, relies on generous donations such as the...
Hello. Old and poor condition, paint cracking and flaking. Pioneer Square, Great Seattle Fire, June 6, 1889. Most destructive fire in Seattle's history. Fortunately, there are no recorded human fatalities, but it's estimated that around 1 million rats were killed. A sudden addendum appointed at the bottom of the plaque reads, some say you can still hear their panic squeals and the desperate scratching. At least we think it's the rats. Hello.
Nix, running ahead like a mud off the leash. Go carefully. This place is about as stable as a Wall Street gambling den.
Research is forbidden under City Statute 3A 47B, as there are fears of the stability of historical architecture.
Props. Chains for rattling, speakers with Spooky Jams 2024 CD, and a big plastic skeleton. They're coated in a thick layer of dirt, even though they appear to be fairly new and recently placed.
Something's got Nix all fired up.
You hear a woman singing a lullaby in this room. Do not turn to look. She does not have a child with her. Amanda on behalf of Piers Pennington.
Got a scent or something like that.
Why did she not wait for us?
Who knows? Maybe it's a rabbit. Gangrel. About as much scent as God gave a goose.
Hello. Display of barrels from the Prohibition era. The porous stones have soaked up decades of smells, sweaty tourists, fermenting alcohol, and the faint but unmistakable tinge of blood.
Huh. You get that subtle perfume of wet dog. You know gangrels. Reckon Nix is on 4 feet instead of 2 right now.
Oh, yeah. There's paw prints.
A German-born madam who rose to become one of Seattle's most influential citizens at the turn of the 20th century, Lou Graham built the city's most elegant parlor house in Pioneer Square.
Called the Underground. I know original. It's a shopping area. Shopping area.
After her brothel
Nice table.
was destroyed in the Great Fire of 1889, she quickly rebuilt in stone and even financed reconstruction efforts, helped save local banks during the Panic of 1889.
Yes, gangrels have protean,
And eventually left much of her
which lets them turn into usually a wolf. Every audio exhibit. The Seattle Underground Tour. Let's go. Let's go. Achievement.
I can see why they don't let little Susie or Johnny mess around here. Feels like the ground's about to heave-ho any minute.
How the fuck did you come from that direction? Is it bad I kind of hope Nix gets herself killed?
That doesn't smell like wet dog. Wounded dog, maybe. Oh, Nix, you downright fool.
You know, maybe I spoke a little too soon. I wasn't ready for it to be to this degree. Oh, the music.
She found something, and they destroyed her. Whatever did this will have an entrance nearby.
His phone.
Ryong said she'd been taking certain liberties.
Some cannot so easily let
Ice? Wait. Where's Nyx? Have breached Masquerade by not fully cutting ties with her mortal life, possessing a contraband mobile phone. She was meant to pay for these infractions by helping the Nomad navigate the underground.
If I was a betting source,
So it was the
I'd bet
phone
whatever
itself.
did this
Okay.
to her is the same whatever Ryong has us looking for.
So let us find it.
Uh-oh.
Took the words right out of my mouth, so to speak. What has no scent but leaves a trail of claw marks? This is interesting.
Something horrible. Jesus. Okay, we'll just chunk it.
Said the attacks were all near entrances to the underground.
Uh-huh.
Rats.
Such as right here.
Rats. We are the rats. Have the old Vogue at the Mercury of Machine Works, then it'll be an accurately portrayal of Seattle's goth nightlife, but I'd be surprised they had that. We're in like a small section of Seattle. Oh, hello? Wait a second. Something's here. Please don't collapse. Please don't collapse. Please don't collapse. It's gonna collapse. Whee!
Think we can get back?
No. The only way out is through.
Jesus.
This is old Seattle. The city buried by...
Okay, this is a little more than just building on top of. Even now, they have better trolley cars underground than they do on actual Seattle streets. Belltown? Oh. I don't know what any of those are. Heart rates? Oh my god. All right, hold on. Fraggle, fraggle. All right. Let me get this set up, and then I need to turn on Pulsoid. Turn on Dingamere. Connecting, connecting, connecting. Oh, I got the email too from, darn it, from Epic Games. I did not make enough money to get a payout in the past year again, so it all reset. Yep. You have to make $100 from Epic Games to get any money out of it. Otherwise, it just completely resets. Okay. There's something fucking in here.
What was that?
I don't know, but I heard slurping. Okay. Need Fortnite stream? Oh my god.
Step inside, step inside.
It's a void. That doesn't bode well. So, oh, there's another one down there already. So, at least we kind of know that it's a vampiric monster of some kind. Oh, there's several. Oh. I can't believe I got the hit on that. Yeah, and we can't feed on whatever these are. Hi! Can I use disciplines on you? No, okay, you stop yourself. Go down, damn it.
What do you think these are then?
I have heard a rumor of Sabbath-created shock troops. These fit the description. Called the Unbirthed, or sometimes Moonflowers.
Cute.
Huh? Huh?
Well, look at you.
Hold on, where's this unbirthed thing? What was that? Ada with Mant and the Doctor. Thank you both for the follows. Welcome in, y'all. Kindred Society? No. Age progression. Okay, no. Nothing for that. Actions. Unbirthed. Found in Seattle, neither holy mortal nor vampire. They smell like corpses. Oh, here's the thing for the devotees. They're mortal and possess no special powers, but they will die for their idol without a second thought. Okay. Okay, then. There was something over here. Don't mind if I do. Okay, then. I think we're going this way. Wait. Those are more of those trunks. Those are more of the like smaller trunks that were in the warehouse. That's what I thought they would be. They could be the equivalent of like a shovel head that they just kind of let starve. Because they don't need to give them commands. They just kind of let them run wild to make chaos. Something up there. Another potion.
Oh my. Trouble does come in spades.
They are blind. Fuck that one. bad touch.
More blood.
They hit like trucks. Strange. Trying to figure out what it's doing. Also, we're missing something back here. And over here, apparently. Okay. Lilith from Borderlands? I don't know who Lilith is off the top of my head. Wait, what is this? Up there. No? Seriously? Alright, let's see what's in here. No, wait, go back! Why can't I get up there? Nope, not gonna let me up there. There we go. Is that it? Just a potion? Alright. Okay, the firework. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Alright, looks like we're going down. Hello. Okay, it's giving me a lot of potions as we come down here. A lot. That's on the other side.
Fire, those creatures. What or whoever made them?
They could be the work of the Sabbat.
Not everything has to be the Sabbat.
No, but they remind me of a Sabbat myth. I do not believe in coincidences.
It looks like there's a way on the other side, so maybe we'll have to come back for those. Go forward and then come back.
Step inside, step inside.
Oh. Hello. Chumshot, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Interesting name. But this makes this go down. I'm missing something. I have to be missing something to get there. Right? Nope. No telekinesis? It looks like we're gonna go down, so I don't feel like that's... Shark, don't worry, stick. Sick. I figured that's what it was. I figured it was a play on words of some kind. Hello? Lord. Come on, a little bit closer. Oh, come on. Clarity. Got it. Fuck off. Jesus. Okay. I don't know why they gave what is effectively a oh, hello. An anti-stealth mob in the sewer thing. So it seems like creators of VTM games just decide that they make the most annoying enemies in the fucking sewers. Lurk check. Hi, Akon. We probably honestly have to keep going down and just want to see if there's anything up here. Doesn't look like it. Oh, that's probably the direction to go. Okay, yeah, this is the way. Right? Hold on. Is this the way? Hold on. Does this actually connect to the tunnel that we saw earlier? No, it definitely doesn't. Darn, I guess we're not going to be able to get those potions I saw in there. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. I'm a sheep. Said beep, beep. I'm a sheep. Where'd I go this way? Okay, yeah, I have not been here. This is what we saw. Okay. God, the gargling noises, dude. Oh, come on! I'm sitting here spamming E. All right, come on, boys. You gonna come fill the funnel?
Come on and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Hold on, welcome in, Raiders.
Enjoy the show.
Oh, that's fine. Jesus Christ. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Who was it? Oh, Mary. Mari, welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Oh, there's another one. Shut up. suppose that was one way to do it. Yoink. Something's over here. Hello. Hello. Oh, come on. Is it... Hold on. Is it not actually on this floor? Is it above? Why does that not count? Stand up. Oh, it's on the other side, isn't it? Goofy. Traumatized by the horrors of Vintage Story? The horrors of Vintage Story? Is there horrors in Vintage Story? Oh, hello? This wasn't where we came in. But hold on. Why is there power here?
And what, might I ask, is an Unbirthed exactly?
The Tremere may know more. What I know only through rumor. They are fledgling kindred, buried, then raised from a mass grave by a ritual, shorn of names or memories.
Well, that's just...
Okay, so this is a revamped Shovelhead.
So, if such creatures were to...
Is this what they've done to the Sabat in
Shatter
V5?
the masquerade beyond repair. The hunters would swarm. Seattle would fall.
You think this is what the Sabat are after?
There will be a deeper aim.
With the gardener as their leader. I guess we ask him. What was it?
Have you not seen Dave? What do you mean, Dave?
Beneath the soil. He is here.
Who's Dave? Hello? Anything else? Okay. Okay. Hello? Okay. I feel like something's about to happen. So we're gonna pause it here. And we're gonna run the ad break a minute early. Because I don't want to get stuck in like a cutscene or a boss fight or something. So we're gonna run the ad break early. I'm gonna give you all the game and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Let me get, there it is. There's the game. And then Sunstar gets to have his another minute of Persona. Thank you for the mandatory view message, Ordain. I'll be back in just a little bit. All right. Sorry that took so long. I also defeated Coco and I got a little snack. Because I'm getting hungry. And I feel like we're getting to something really good. Ursula, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Ow. Wait, y'all made it to level 4? Oh, shit. Y'all are actually doing really good right now? Come on, guys. Don't give up just because I got here. Why did y'all stop playing? How could you? How could you? Saxophone. Hmm. $54.42. Oh no, I guess I was off. Ah, damn it. Damn it. What are the fishing standings? Why don't we check? Let me see. There's your standings. Shockingly, not as far as the gap as they usually are. That's still manageable if you do fishing every minute. Ooh, that's painful. That's painful. Oh my God, protect. All right. Put you away. Bring the game back. Kill the music. Like, if you were gonna put something important, you would put it here, right? Maybe I'm way off, but there is something here. Hello. Something's here. Okay. Why does this room seem so big? Hello? Wait, what? That's not a 1920s icebox. Oh, no, it was 1889. What? That's a modern icebox. Hello? Hold on. Snack bite. Snack bite. Ow. Okay. Is that a train?
Gunfire?
No, that's gunfire, yeah.
I don't think those creatures can handle a pistol.
Hello? What the fuck?
Orders, military.
Hunters.
IOA? Wait, that's the US branch for paranormal. Well, occult activity.
I know it. They're going to destroy the door.
Fire, those things are everywhere.
We need to get inside.
Fire, it's not safe.
Where did they go? Did they go into the doorway? Where did y'all come from? you have celerity. Wait, what is happening? Why am I so slow? Oh, it's a potion. Oh, that. Okay, never mind. That's how they kill themselves. Those are grenades. Hello?
Do what you do best, nomad. Survive. Taking the shot.
Oh, okay. I cannot fight them. Ow. Pain. Oh, hi. Where did you come from? Oh, there's such a pain. You. Hi. I'm so sorry, buddy. You came down just right at the worst time. Thank you, Fortitude. Jesus. God, y'all are exhausting. No, are we good?
Okay.
Good, give me that. It's gone.
Well, that is a whole mess of rocks.
Holy shit,
No
that
way
went well.
we're getting through that. But we do need to go deeper. I reckon we should head back to the surface. Seattle's riddled with holes. Someone will know another way in.
Wait, we're just leaving? What the fuck?
What's going down in Underground Town, almighty?
Hi, Tully. Where the
Crowns
fuck
with
did you come from? I need to go deeper.
My prey is down there, somewhere deep below. But the underground is infested. Troopers, heavily armed.
That tracks. Guess the slap-happy soldiers from the IAO finally showed up.
IAO?
Information Awareness Office. Like your old school Inquisition, but less about the cross, more about the extremely cross. Slaughtered licks for government pay, went off the rails.
I was gonna say, does that mean they're gonna be around town now?
Toys.
Armed hunters.
Good night, Prey. Sleep well.
Very
Thank you for hanging out.
Position. They have buried an entrance to the lower levels. I need another way in.
Okay, but why did they bury it?
Shit. You, and this is me saying this, don't want to go down, believe me. Ruins and scars and the grinding of bones, babe.
What do you mean?
Speak clearly, Tully. What is down there?
If I were to bet on it, skeletons in someone's closet, but pointy, stabby skeletons with an axe or two to grind. Great Fire fucked up the city, and that's why they buried the underground. But the most fucked up parts? They got buried deeper. With
There's something else down there.
And heavy-duty concrete.
They mentioned earlier in this that it was not a glue pot that burned down old Seattle.
That was her town and her choices. Go see her.
We're gonna find
And,
something else
keep
out.
my name off your lips. This was your idea.
Very well.
Okay then. Oh god damn it, we got more side quests. Alright, fine, we'll do the side quest first.
Lou Graham. Well, let's bite the bullet. Back to the glacier.
Listen, I want to know as much as the next person, but I gotta knock out the side quest first before I...
About Lou. That design looked Asian influenced to me. Chinese, even if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Lou worked with Chinese laborers. I reckon that place is part of her old life before the fire.
Maybe.
And she buried it. Why?
Well, you saw the tour. Seattle is all about the madam with the heart of gold.
Oh
Not
boy.
mention of Rosalind or this mystery sire.
Okay, give me your
There are
package.
Reports of more explosions. Somewhere in the depths, if you'd believe that.
Wasn't me this time.
You have something for me to do?
There should be a little something for me in a trash can, I think they call it. Near the bridge.
A trash can? You know what a trash
being
can
close
is.
to nature will bring joy to your night.
I will see it done.
Oh, we get to go to the park?
Be well, Mrs. Thorne.
Okay then. Go into the park. Ooh, we'll go this way. Don't hate on the Seattle hub stuff. What do you mean Seattle hub stuff? Like the side missions? The fetch quests?
Shouldn't have walked.
That's the church. I have a bad habit of running around with the vision ability on for some reason. I guess. Very naughty, extra nice. Okay. About the sides in this one? That's where the experience is. I want more passives.
Right. Hard to be a gigolo.
I need more passives. Plus, this is where you get the meat of the experience in this game. Otherwise, like, farming things on the roof takes forever. Forever, ever. All right, said it was by the bridge in a trash can. That looks so cool. Bridge? Oh, okay.
Ooh, now this feels like real spy work. Reading visions, exchanging code phrases.
What are y'all doing here?
Newspapers.
What now?
That's not good. That's really not good. Okay, let's wait until we at least get into green. Can I have a new bite? Okay. All right, so I'm guessing that means we're also going to be finding the unbirth around the town. Do you think we're going to find them fighting on the roof? Or do you think that that was a, what was it? A triggered event? I feel like that was a triggered event. Like maybe that always happens. Maybe. Possibly. China call? What? There's a lot of little morsels around here. It's kind of interesting so far how, like, a little bit of the dialogue and stuff has changed as the story has progressed. But yeah, until we figure out for sure if, like, the Second Inquisition is now going to be, like, manning rooftops. Or maybe they do the security camera thing.
Night?
I have your parcel, but the park is not safe.
Okay, yeah, that was scripted.
Do you know the term unbirthed?
The raised by-blows of the Sabbat? Well, well. That explains a great deal.
By-blows?
Chin chin.
I look
Okay, then.
forward to speaking again soon.
Nico stuff. Okay. And then Anda had something for us to do. Oh, wait, we got enough for... not restored by feeding. Relocates. Regions on its own. Okay. Beef, are you upset that you can't catch up? You just have to redeem fish every minute. Sunstar doesn't fish every minute. Sunstar fishes every 5 minutes.
Good
Hi,
evening
Nico.
to you. You have been busy, huh? It is good to have a sheriff that takes the role seriously.
Is there someone who needs my attention?
There is. This is Charlie's scarf.
Wait, is it still not about the
Charlie's
vampire?
last car theft meant that a woman, upon having an urgent telephone call, was unable to get to the hospital in time to witness her child's last breath.
What the fuck?
This.
Okay.
Take care, Nico.
Okay. I think so. Or like, oh, it was the scent thing, but it was pinging for me. But Sunstar catches bigger fish. That's just luck. You just gotta be lucky, baby.
Here.
Have you considered catching bigger fish?
Did I feel?
Parking garage. Where are you at, you rat bastard? You little car thieving son of a bitch. Oh, there he is. He's definitely gonna be working on another car. You know what's great about being right here in this spot?
This is my ticket out of this city.
Oh, wait, no, somebody's looking at me now.
This is it. The last one I need tonight.
Okay, I'm not gonna be able to do it.
Sorry, don't call the cops.
Uh-huh, sure. Sure.
Oh, I was...
See, it's doing that thing again. They didn't do that before.
Oh, shit.
Hi, Ossifer. Don't mind us. We're going for a
Oh,
run.
shit.
I'm taking my pet car thief for a jog.
Oh, I was...
Come on.
Oh, I was...
God, we're gonna have to play this game again.
Oh, shit.
Wait for her to run into a fucking alley. I think it's funny that there's a character named
shit.
Charlie. A girl named Charlie that's like a petty thief. Because in our mage campaign, I gave my character... I gave my character a ward who was a drug addict named Charlie, who steals from her.
Shit. Oh, shit.
Come on, keep going. Oh my god, you are the fucking worst, dude.
I was...
God! What is going on with your legs?
Oh, I was... Oh, shit.
She has the knife, officer.
Oh, shit.
There you go.
Oh, I was...
Finally.
Oh, I was... Oh, shit.
God, you were insufferable. Why can't I attack you?
Ah!
Oh my god. It's trying to just snap her neck. But it didn't work. Seriously? Seriously? I honestly could just punch her one more time. But I'm already currently sitting in the yellow. And still don't know why all of a sudden these things are doing this, like, it gets, oh God, we're at the edge of the map. Did they update today or something? Charlie, you are insufferable. You're dead meat either way. The question is, how am I going to kill you? Trying to keep her from running back towards the edge of the map. Why? Why is that a thing? Am I even sprinting right now? I can't even tell if I'm sprinting. I'm hooked. I wanted to go see what Lou has to say. God, can I just punch you? Charlie, can you be any less insufferable in any fucking game I play? I'm just gonna start not trusting anybody named Charlie to not be here. Oh my God. Thank you. Seriously?
Ah! That's incredible.
Thank you for running into the fucking alley. Keep going. Seriously? Charlie, I am going to punch the bitch. You gonna fall down? Thank you.
That's Nico's target dealt with.
To be legging it this much, I agree.
Just a few more nights and I can get out of here.
She has insane stamina. I'm dead. I don't have stamina. Well, technically. I do have stat stamina. Thing is though, is I don't really get tired when I do athletics. We could theoretically run at full speed forever. As long as we had blood. When I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Listen, I'm fine with her just falling down face first dead in an alley. That works for me. That works for me.
Fire. You're looking
Anyway, more
handsome
snack.
as ever. Oh, you have ended poor Charlie. Never to know how she transgressed. What seems like a small act can so often be magnified.
I look forward to speaking to you again.
Works for me. All right, Anda. As long as the job's done, it don't matter. Yeah, pretty much. Sixth Avenue Theater. Music theater is essential. Mile is oh no, smile is what that's supposed to say, but that says mile. Slaughter is essential. Escape is essential. Inspiration is essential. The Bull and the Tiger. Thing is though, that also gives you a hint at like how skewed Bonawakim Justice is. Cause like, Charlie had no idea what she did. Aside from stealing a car, she had no idea what she did. Wait, what was that? Did I just get an indicator? Ah, oh, damn it. I thought I got an indicator for a second. All right, let's go see what Anda needs. Who do we have to kill this time, Anda?
glaciers have a head start. No dawdling. Let's get to the gardener before they do.
Now we're talking to Anda.
This place has certainly got louder since you came here, Nomad.
What do you mean?
Is there trouble I can deal with?
Yeah, Miranda has been sniffing around the back of Aurora Pond. It's best to clear her out before more Thin Bloods move in. She's too close to our operation.
Miranda?
I will find them. I will speak to you again.
Okay. Miranda cashes in. Unfortunately, I think the cash in is just going to be death, though, so... God damn it. Leave Aurora, come back to Aurora. Go back to it again, and then come back to the glacier so that we can talk to fucking... Lou. There we go. Come on, hustle, hustle. All right, do you think they're gonna be right behind the place, or...
Get away from me!
Get away from me!
Hell's happening? Where y'all going?
Oh, please help me, God!
Wait, are those anarchs all afraid right now?
Maybe
Actually, you know what? There's more of y'all? I didn't get all of you? Damn it. Ow? Ma'am? Holy shit, what is that damage? Why couldn't I not bite you? Jesus. Her stabs were doing a quarter of my health.
That. Anda will be pleased.
Oh, well, that worked out. All right, guess we're going back to Lou. It's Lou time. Guilty for eating pineapple on pizza? Even though it predates the concept of pizza and has never tasted pizza? Maybe? That's maybe if you can convince him that, like, pineapple is, like, against something morally. If you could convince him that, like, pineapple equals sin, therefore anything that has pineapple on it means that you have sinned against something, then maybe that could work. Generates the same stuff that Aurora Borealis is made of was, wait, thinking of the portal boats? Alrighty then. Oh, Lou, are you gonna lose your mind? You know what we haven't had in a long time, chat? A boss fight. We have not had a boss fight in a long time. And I better not have just jinxed it. Lou, you better be totally normal up here. Completely and totally normal, right? Okay. Hi, ma'am.
Fire, darling, do come in. You have been busy. Tell me, why are you here?
If I may.
If it pleases you, I have a favor to ask. There is a door in the underground. You know of which I speak. I need to get inside.
There's nothing down there.
If she was mortal, there'd be sweat on her brow.
It would not hurt to make sure. Ooh, do we call her out on lying? Oh, I think we call her out. Right? Right, this is what we want to do? No, we don't want to say she's afraid. Ma'am, you were lying.
That is not what I have been told, and everyone directs me to you.
Oh, to have discontented underlings. But consider my curiosity piqued. If, hypothetically, I were to consider your request, what possible reason would I have for doing so?
You were definitely a target.
Just a few nights ago, you were attacked in your own haven. You cannot afford to ignore another threat.
Don't test me. I have survived long enough to judge my own danger. Is that really all you have?
Hunters are sniffing around.
Hunters have taken an interest.
A little interest has never done me any harm. What else do you have?
Sabbat Den?
Recent scandals. Benny, Isabella, Willem, all were linked to the Sabbat. I believe there is a pack in Seattle, and it may be operating beneath our feet.
A fanciful tale? Why don't you try again?
Seriously? Seriously? I've had dreams? I've heard the gardener calling. Is that it?
Toying with me, summoning me into the darkness below. From a mind that others name the Gardener.
The Gardener?
Oh, now you
believe
seem
he is a
interested.
child of Malkov, that he is behind that door in the underground. And
The split personality told us. Yeah.
That's not possible. Why, that would mean...
Uh-oh, Lou's lost composure.
That would mean... No.
Let me help you.
I cannot help you unless we are honest with each other.
There was someone, a Malkavian. I had forgotten. I thought he was gone. Before Fire, I was not entirely honest. I have indeed.
Oh,
seen
who's
visions.
fucking surprised?
I believed it was the beckoning. But if you are right...
The beckoning's not real. Both his victims.
He has led both of us in a mind game, this Malkavian. He is Sabbat Lugray.
Hi, Luna. Thank you for the eyes.
Tell me what you know of him. How to get to him.
Sniffles.
I am still not sure it's the one I remember.
Well,
But if
explain
so,
regardless.
He was nothing then. A minor irritant, a footnote to history. He shouldn't give you trouble. There's another
Except
entrance
now?
here in the basement. I give you permission to descend. And Fire, if this is true, his destruction will change everything.
Okay.
I will end him. For both of us.
Of course the fucking glacier has an entrance to the underground. Are you fucking serious? Seriously? Alright, fine. Fine. We'll go down there. Don't know how to get into the basement. Or we could just hit the basement button. I think that's the most concerning thing, is that it seems like a lot of people do not care. Oh, we get a loading screen. Okay. Hello. Extremely old issue of Seattle Sun. The pages are yellowed and smelling of mildew. Emerson Eris flees country and Union strike chaos. Reports confirm that Rosalind Emerson, heiress of the Emerson fortune and logistics empire, has boarded an ocean liner headed for mainland Europe. This is amid a tumultuous general strike of all union workmen in Seattle, many of whom work for business owned by the Emerson estate. So this is probably what they basically did to say that she, like, after she died, they said she just got on a boat and left. In a time when you can't really track that super easily and just kind of have to live under the assumption. All these wheelbarrows. Oh boy.
Dust, mildew, and
Went to a farm upstate, now went out on a boat? Yeah, went out on a boat. Are you serious? Why? Why is there a Chinese temple here? That's a glow stick.
here's our hunters. Keep.
Assortment of computer gear appears to have been placed here recently due to the lack of dust and dirt accumulation and smells of mortal sweat and gun oil.
Fire, these folks play for keeps and they know how to hurt us.
Son of a bitch. Listen, I am fine. Humans, I can deal with. The other guys that don't give me blood, that's a bit more of a pain. Ooh. Sharp, are we? Wait, find the source of the... The hell? Is that it? Was that all that's in here? A small potion room. Howdy, buddy. Wow, you walk really fast there, champ. And you just turned around. Okay, then. Why are there so many paths here? Why is this? This is a huge fucking temple, dude. Did old Seattle actually have a temple like this? Something over there. It's up there, it looks like, so... Okay. Oh, what the hell? Why did I slide off? More places like this that'll be underground one day? What do you mean?
I wouldn't go near that if I were you. Designed to fry our kind.
Then I shall find a different path.
One that doesn't crisp us up like bacon.
Well, it's also a little broken in terms of contact pads. Oh, what the hell? Here, just let them fight all of these things. Okay. Oh. Hello? Wait, something's down here. You! Striking elaborate decorated sterling silver bracelet with 4 interspersed jadeite carbons. Still smells very faintly of the perfume of a mortal who once wore it. Jasmine and Lingling. Is it him seeing me? That's an interesting looking gun. How effective do you think this gun is if I try to hit them with it? How accurate are you? Extremely. Oh, they're coming up here.
Yellow status. Hostile location unknown.
Hi, buddy. Yeah, it is just you and me. I don't think that's a fight you want. Poor guy. Is that a gun? That's a gun. A wine glass. Yoink. Oh, it's a gun too. Okay, hold on. There's a marker here. Can I go up higher? Nope. No! Oh! Oh, what the hell? Oh, hi. Oh, wasn't expecting that.
Blank body, show yourself.
Jesus.
You are outmatched. Surrender now.
Yeah. No, I don't want to do mass execute right now.
You are outmatched. Surrender now.
They're all hustling everywhere.
Investigating. Hold for confirmation. Blank body. Show yourself. Potential blank body. Investigating. Hold.
You know what? Hi, guys. Wow, these guys get a lot of blood. Is there more? Did I get all the others? Alright, what's over here? You? Oh, it's gone. Is it? Where are you? Hello? There's something like right there. Is there anything else? No. Okay. It feels like it's this rock or something, but I don't know. Oh well. Alright, I think we gotta go this way. How many people could you have in one government task force? How many of them do I have to kill?
Step inside, step inside.
Okay, maybe it's just this door. Oh, it's definitely just this door. Hi, Raccoon! Mind Fozzie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome to the party.
Maybe this was one of Lou's pleasure palaces. Fantasy places for the richest clients, you know?
This doesn't feel like a pleasure palace. What the fuck is that?
Mother Hannigan, huh? Interesting.
The fuck happened? Hi, buddy. This is a fucking mess, dude. Okay. Whoop. Uh-oh. Okay, that's fine. Just let him fight it out. Could just be one rich person's kink. No, this is more like organizational wealth. Okay, bye.
Don't let it flank you.
Oh, there's somebody up there.
You are outmatched. Surrender now. Tango escaped. Watch your six.
Do not waste my time.
Oh, hi.
No targets detected.
That's... How's it going? Hi, evening. How are you doing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yellow status. Hostile location unknown.
Also something over there.
Situation normal.
Son of a bitch.
Resuming patrol.
Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm glad that worked out. Yes, clear and quiet.
Barely a whimper.
That man was screaming. What do you mean, barely a whimper?
Omega Beta. Weapons ready.
I have an idea for these guys. Whoop, never mind. Whoop. Oh, shit.
Maintain alert status.
Situation normal. Resuming patrol. Possible tango encounter.
Target could still be present. Stay alert.
Potential blink body.
Anyway, where was that thing I was looking for? Wasn't there a thing over here?
Resuming patrol.
Oh, it's below.
All signs green.
It's over there. Ish?
Checking in. No sign of incursion.
I need to know what the secret is. Potion. Of course it's a potion. Oh! Why are y'all here? Seems like these two were just kind of lost. Damn it! Fuck you. There's more of you. Okay. 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 Ad break. Oh my god, we're still so far away. Okay. Something's here. Thick golden piece of paper, faded embossed lettering, it's stained with teardrops, smelling salty and metallic. The writing is so faded it cannot be seen, but the imprints in the letter on the page can still be felt. Goodness. Whew. You probably welcome Brother Winston Carlisle to the Golden Order of the Great Dragon. Only the most honorable hearts, the most steadfast souls, and the most generous donators achieve the rank of Golden Order. The Great Dragon personally thanks you for your devotion. The back is stained with numerous blood splatters. The smell indicates there was more than one source of blood. Why are those grenade sounds so vivid? Again, what? Also, why is it so far over there? Did I go the like the entirely wrong direction? Wait, what are you indicating to me? Beneath me. Not worth it. Can't pull those things off, apparently. Did they just keep coming? Do I have a map? I don't have a map. I feel like I need to go that way. Like, is it possible I came here way ahead of schedule? This shit's illegal! Fuck! Move, bitch! Jesus. Okay. Where did we come in? Was it here? Thing is, I don't know. Walk through here. I ain't stopping for the commercial break until we figure out what's going on. I think this was where we came from, isn't it? Did we fuck it up? Damn it, we're gonna have to do that whole section again. I think we bugged it. Can I hit the gong? Ooh. Oh, hi! What the fuck? God, you are the worst enemies in this fucking game, dude. Sorry if you'll hear that. I think it sounds like somebody just started a motorcycle outside. Oh, damn. Oh, hi, guys. Uh-oh. I don't know what they're doing. They're kind of... Hi, guys. I think I bugged it.
Assistance!
Okay. Okay, there's an upstairs. What do I do? Do I help him? Honestly, you guys are probably the smartest ones here. Oh shit! I was gonna say, y'all were the smartest ones here. Not no more. All right, let's do this the easy way.
Do not waste my time.
Assistance!
There's more of you fuckers?
Which side of it, for now? We will find you, and we will eliminate you.
I'm sure. Okay. Everyone's dead, Gem. Are we satisfied yet? Can't I progress, please? Where's the fucking staircase? Whoop. Hmm. Okay. Guessing I need to jump across the bridge. No? You're not gonna pull yourself up. Really? Really? Let him get up, let him get up, let him get up.
You've done well tonight. We've established a base of operations. We have comms rolled out, and we're already detecting a dark mobile network operating in the city. Triangulated signals bring us here. Multiple client sources have closed off this evening, which suggests the blank bodies.
Does her jacket say FBI?
They are panicked. They are scared.
Well, I'm personally a mite apprehensive.
Now, I know you're tired and it's been a long night. We lost a lot of good people already. But remember your training. And remember what we fight for.
Reckon they met up with some of our nasty little underground buddies.
These things down here are monsters and should be exterminated on sight. But remember, when we start cleaning house above ground, they won't look like monsters anymore. Blank bodies are cockroaches that wear our faces. And they will use any means necessary to survive. They are faster than you. They are stronger than you. They can make you worship them or shit your pants with just a look. They can dissolve into the shadows, jump into your veins and eat your heart out from inside your ribcage. They are death.
Wait, who does that? Tremere?
And they are everything we fear, but they fear us right back. They know we can kill them, and that is our job. When you face them, you must harness every ounce of bravery, of faith within your souls. You must learn to channel that
every ounce of faith,
hatred into resolve, because we will.
True, we are very much hungrier than them.
We will not rest until, God willing, we have destroyed every single last one of them.
I'd hate to tell you, even if you got rid of vampires, some crazy mage somewhere would probably make more. Oh, there we go.
Guess that was Mother Hen. I wonder how deep they've dug in.
I do not think they have found the gardener.
Uh-huh. I fancy we'd have heard the screams.
What is that over there? Wait, what is that? There's something here. It's down here. Hello. I have a feeling like I don't want to go down there. Okay. Let's do this the fun way. Hello. Okay. Okay, oh boy. This is an arena, isn't it? Oh. Oh, it's you. Middle Kingdom. Uh-oh. Faded, several bookmarks are placed in the pages. The pages are coarse and thick. Someone's living down here.
Well, I call that confirmation. That's your mark right there. Why?
Okay, hold on. Okay. All we got is a gun? Listen, it's fine. It'll work out. I'm sure it'll work out. Okay, this is definitely going to be an arena. Okay. Ring does not appear to have been worn, but has been placed near the shrine with what appears to be some reverence. Given how clean and visible it is, who owns this and how long has it been here? A hand?
What the heck is that? Oh, someone took the fingers off. This is old school mobster work. Or I guess horror movie black magic? Icky.
So weary is the wanderer.
Solve the puzzle of the fingerless hand?
Ambrosial tears that crave those lips.
That is disconcerting.
A spit of solace for the heart.
You have weird tastes, fella.
Beneath me, isn't it? Not what I was looking for, but okay. Puzzle, 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 puzzle. Okay, where are these symbols? Maybe I should put the fingers on the hands? Oh, nope, here it is. Okay.
Sweet succulence upon the vine.
I'm guessing we only need one more. Unless this hand belongs to my cousin Jethro.
Jethro! Over here? Looks like it.
A sovereign full specified.
Full specified? Leroy Jethro Gibbs? Not Leroy Gibbs.
The sod and slip beneath the soil.
Whose hand is this? It ain't Vecna's. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Triple uh-oh.
This isn't a dream, not like before. Do you feel that? Daylight kissing the skin, but not burning. My, this guy must have a heck of a mind on him. It's an illusion fire. A powerful one. Be careful.
Oh. Oh, hey, buddy. You're a big dude. Why are you naked?
Welcome to my garden.
You have a strange crop.
I nurture.
Oh, I regret putting something in my mouth before looking at him closely. Oh, I regret that.
March? Is this the War of Cain?
Cain is no longer able, and yet I hear his trumpets. This city flowered in fire, and in fire she will end.
She? I think he's talking about Lou.
What do you know of this mark?
This mark. The symbol carved on me. What was your purpose?
Purpose? To propose, to induce, to seduce. It brought you here, my fire. My fire. A consummation.
Oh, so he was trying to use us to basically burn Seattle down.
Me, creature.
What is the purpose of your war?
Your kind before Sabbath. What were you trying to achieve?
To arms, citizens. Form your battalions. May the impure blood water our fields.
He is a lunatic. Can't see him leading an army.
He also feels less like a Sabat and more like a Bahari.
Oh, yes. A steel madame for the madam, and for every prince a neck.
You are no man of
Lurk
the people.
check.
You tried to leash me.
What is Lou
Lou
done?
Graham to you?
The mistress, the madam. Why, with her love, she quite transfixed me. Her word.
Who are you?
Iron through my heart. This is the garden she built.
Are you Gideon?
Tender in my bondage.
You are her captive.
What? What?
This ends here, Sabat. You will not survive it.
Oh, it is time to sup, dear nomad, dearest bacchanalian. I am fair, full of juice and ripe for the harvest.
I don't like that innuendo.
Strength is yours.
He wants you to drain him.
He bound me with his mark. I will not have him puppet me for one moment longer.
Suckle deep, O Valentine, and all marks are yours to hold.
Oh, okay, we just do it anyway.
Look, the flowers are opening. Oh, my lord, I am leaky.
Gross.
Now drink, vicious one.
I think he pissed. Or something. I don't know.
Let me spill into you. Oh.
No, Gardener. I do not want your blood.
This is a good
Only your
angle.
end.
That was a good angle. Holy shit. Wait, was that rebar?
It is over. The Gardener, his false garden, is gone.
Let's get out of here. Our nation, we're discovered.
Hi, guys. There's a sword here. Don't mind if I do.
Head on a swivel.
How does that not hit anybody?
Investigate. I'll cover you. Affirmative.
Okay. It's a jug. Howdy, buddy. Again, though, I wonder if these people are here just in general, or if, like... Oops, seen me.
Situation red.
I'm sure it is. Hunter crossflat. It is interesting. This is less of Hunter though and more what's the word? The word is slipping my mind. Hi, buddy. A little too militaristic. These are usually the guys, like these guys count as hunters, but only, oh, there's, okay, so they blew that door open. Oh, hi. Only one of you came down.
Quiet. No sign of the target.
Am I the target, or are y'all looking for something else? Okay, there's more.
Safety's off. We're not alone.
Active alert. Situation yellow.
Hi, guys.
Yellow status. Hostile location unknown.
Be gone.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Y'all coming down?
Stay ready for imminent engagement. Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready.
Okay. I'm sure those weapons are ready.
Situation red. Engagement confirmed. Weapons hot.
Alright, we got another pack. I'm stuck. You know what? I regret doing that. I feel so bad. Oh, I feel kind of bad about that one. Okay, I don't know why I got blinded, but okay. Oh, shit. Oh, I wish I had... They got snipers in here now. What the fuck?
Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready.
How to be a menace. How to be a menace. Wait, did he die? I got 20 experience for that, but I don't think he died. His silhouette didn't go away.
Stay ready for imminent engagement. No sign of hostile. Location still unknown. Stay ready for imminent engagement. Eyes on the contact. Code red. Help.
Keep alert. Target likely in vicinity.
Why do you have so little health? That's fine. I can at least get some blood from you. And then... Oh, oh, oh.
Yellow status.
Okay. Full creature? Yeah, we get to... It's the Bond to a King passive. Okay, now we can go... Uh-oh, bad touch.
Stay ready for imminent.
I'm glad these guys don't use open mics. Very glad these guys don't use open mics. Okay. If there was vampire hunters? This is the government vampire hunters. Damn it. Alright, where are you going? Oh.
Could still be present. Stay alert.
You guys can't get up here, can you? Whoop. Sorry, guys. No such luck. Okay, now why do I...
Different? More energized, less controlled?
I cannot tell. Not yet. But the mark is still with me.
Find another way out?
Oh, of course. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, God, that scared the shit out of me for a second. I didn't realize I'd grabbed the corpse. And when it, like, wormed its way up. Oh, my God. Hello, everybody. My name is Mark. Okay, I guess we're just... Yoink. But something else is wrong. And we now know that this was a prison. Effectively. We also haven't seen him, Mother.
Lou's lucky the IAO didn't find this place.
It would have led them right to her doorstep.
Okay. Didn't look like the place we came in from this angle, I guess. Hunter, I hate you from the abyss. Listen. Crashes through rock. Hello! All right, Lou, you got some splaining to do. Lou. You're making me nervous. Man? Uh-oh. Okay, there's multiple people here. Hi, Gaia. I'm doing good. Oh,
They know
no.
about the underground. They already have vampires in cages. Anarchs, mostly, but Tully's losing eyes, ears.
Wait, they got
And
Tully?
not his mouth. Pity.
Now is not the time.
If I may interrupt, I have news of some import.
Fire!
Ah, wonderful.
Just in time, Sheriff.
Mm.
You say you have a report?
The sheriff's report can wait. Please, my child, the subject at hand.
Tully filled us in on the IAO. He's searching for
Okay.
basic operations as we speak. Annex splinter groups are panicking.
Oh, okay. He was talking about
And we're
other
dangerously
vampires
close
that
to
he gets
Masquerade
information for.
Village.
Tully's fine.
The IAO are working in daylight, hitting anywhere that even looks like a potential haven. We need to lay low.
What we need is a show of strength. Take their leader's head, this mother hen. Show both them and the restless anarchs what they're dealing with. The best defense is a good offense. You agree
Wait, I
with me,
thought-
don't you, Fire?
Okay, this will be interesting. Because we can give our own opinion instead of relying on any of them, which I think we're going to go with. So... It's not that they're no threat, because they're definitely using explosive fucking crossbows. They could be useful. Do not underestimate
In my
them.
opinion,
Don't let them do this. Please, my love.
Is there a reason you brought your little pet, dear? This is a meeting for true kindred, not warlock lackeys.
Oh, we're finally getting
Let
Tremere
her
racism.
tinker with
Okay.
her projects, I say. Keep a dog too long from its bone, and it's liable to whine.
She's here because I wanted her. But that's no excuse for bad manners. You were saying, Fire?
Why did she stop me?
I have dealt with hunters. I did not survive this long by underestimating them.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not asking you to underestimate them. Rion, our sheriff here is more than capable of handling this. Fire put down set this very night, and in much the same way. A Malkavian terrorist calling himself the Gardener, the leader of a Sabbat cell.
That does not actually seem to be the case.
Our sheriff can deal with this IAO the same way.
No!
Ryong, dear, give us the room, will you? And take your dog. Fire and I need a little tete-a-tete.
I'll be at Weaver Tower.
Why does she... She doesn't like Tully.
You
She doesn't like Sophia.
did well.
Ooh, okay. Do we snap at her? Because she's obviously been lying to us this whole time. There will be others, I think is what we're going to go with. We'll go with that.
I destroyed one monster, yes. But there
I
will
say
be
flip a
others,
coin. Nah.
Sabbat or otherwise.
Nah.
Such is the sheriff's lot. Nothing the great nomad can't handle, I'm sure. I heard him cry out, the gardener. And now, nothing. I feel less burdened. As if...
Okay,
a
but is
steel
he
pin
actually
has
part of the
been
Sabbat,
removed.
or...?
This is promising. More than promising. All thanks to you, my hero. But you're troubled, child. Come, rest your head. Tell Mama Lou what burdens you.
I am beyond you in years and in strength.
Really? Shall we just be two old souls together then, considering why these nights have changed so much?
Who was the gardener to you, really?
Who was the gardener to you?
Someone who needed to be tucked away. Somewhere they could not cause
I think
further
it was Gideon.
inconvenience. But that was
I
the
kind of
past,
do.
which
He had
thanks
the
to
same
you,
body shape as
is now
Gideon.
behind us. I see no need to linger.
The mark
I
persists.
thought the mark would be destroyed with him.
Just estimate very,
delayed
very
effect,
carefully.
perhaps?
And
Or
play it
something
safe.
has been left undone.
Such is often the way.
Did you know what the gardener was when you imprisoned him? That he was Sabbat?
I smoked out the last nest back in 1889. At least I thought I did.
That's what the
If he
fire
was,
was,
with
wasn't
them,
it?
He was awfully quiet about it, and so terribly well-mannered.
It's Gideon. It's Gideon.
What do you have against Sophia?
I am 99%
Is there
sure that
something
that
I
was
should know?
Gideon.
Oil and water, dear. Sophia has always been, well, more like cattle than kindred. It's like watching a circus lion jump through hoops. I find it pitiful, wretched, ugh, repulsive.
I think we're gonna
it's the
find
way
out
she
Sophia
looks
has
at
a
me.
lot of
It makes me
resentment
feel seen
for
and
Seattle.
not in a good way.
Thank you for
Thank
indulging
you
me.
for indulging me. I have taken up enough of your time.
Darling, we were only just getting started. But I suppose you deserve a rest. After all, tomorrow night you rid us of the IAO. Cut their head off. Meet with Tolly. He'll point you where to go. I trust you will show your usual loyalty.
Okay. We can also get the last passive. Nyahaha. Hell yeah. More health while feeding? Sold. The benefits of office. Have all 6 clan perks active at once. I'm the fucking best, dude. Okay, that was goofy. That definitely feels like a bug. Okay. I think, though, some Sith Lord in the making type shit, or like revealed to be a Sith Lord. That's what I'm afraid of. All right. I think that's what we're going to call it, though. I'm actually kind of glad that the gardener wasn't like much of a boss fight. That actually worked out for the better. So let's go ahead and swing back over to... Where am I looking? Over there. There we go. There we go. That's the right page. All right, guys. That is going to be it for today. We are going to be back tomorrow, noon CDT, at Windiness Day, for more Vampire the Masquerade. We may be able to finish the story tomorrow. I don't know how far along we are. It's kind of up in the air. I could not tell you for sure. But Windiness Day, yes, Windiness Day, Wednesday. All right, but I think I already know who we're going to raid. We are going to raid Sai. Sai is currently playing Faith. The, what do you call it? The ye old pixelated horror game. Yoinkity yoink. And I think that is going to be it, y'all. Like I said, I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT. We're all going to be, like I said, we're going to be running the Streamathon up above that bar that's way up there until through Friday. I may end it on Friday midday. We will see what happens. But it is going to be going tomorrow and the day after. Every dollar that goes to it, I will do a squat. If we hit 500, I will play Hello Kitty Island Adventure on stream. If we hit the 1,000 by some miracle of God, I will play Fortnite on stream. If y'all donate anytime I'm off stream, I will do the squats the following stream. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. And I will see you tomorrow. Good night.